The background of the bill: it serves as South Carolina's continuing application to Congress for an amendment convention to the states pursuant to Article 5 of the United States Constitution. The bill specifically limits matters under consideration at the convention to 3 items: proposing amendments that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limiting the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limiting the terms of office for its officials and for members of Congress. As I mentioned, the other reservation or limitations include that no amendment is authorized that seeks to amend, modify, or repeal any of the Bill of Rights, the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendments, and the application itself provides that it is void if used at any stage to change the Bill of Rights for these 4 enumerated amendments. Move for passage of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hill, do you have a question, sir? Mr. Hill recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Newton. Can't quite see you over there. Hopefully you can hear me okay. There we go. So I'm just looking at text of your amendment, and the first question I have for you is, at the end where it says, this application shall be void ab initio if ever used at any stage, consider any change outside of the confines of what this resolution seeks to authorize delegates to consider. So am I reading this correctly, Mr. King? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Newton. Mr. King standing over there between you and me. Mr. Newton, am I reading this correctly to say that the legal effect of this would be that South Carolina would automatically recall its delegates to an Article 5 convention should any subject matter outside of these confines be taken up? In other words, those delegates at the convention from South Carolina would automatically find themselves with their authority to be there revoked, and they would no longer be authorized delegates of the state. Is that the correct interpretation of this amendment?
Mr. Hill, without being cute, the one thing that I would say is legal interpretations get reserved for the guys with black robes. However, certainly the language that is included is that the application itself, based on the words in the application, would be void. Legal interpretations get reserved for the guys with black robes. However, certainly the language that is included is that the application itself, based on the words in the application, would be void. Violation of the instructions provided. So I think that second piece is probably necessary to answer your question as it relates to recalling delegates.
And Mr. Newton, in such an event, if we recalled our delegates lost their authority by taking up some other subject matter other than what is outlined in the resolution, doesn't that mean that the convention, the other delegates may or may not continue to be there based on what instructions they've received from other states, and as a result, the state of South Carolina would be unrepresented in that event?
I suppose it could. I mean, by definition, an amendment convention of the states means that states shall vote on the basis of one state, one vote. And of course, calling the convention only the first step. There still requires the ratification process. But, the language in the joint resolution provides, if South Carolina were to recall its delegates, they may reappoint delegates to serve as substitutes.
And Mr. Newton, one additional question. Doesn't the text of Article 5 of the United States Constitution, let me put it this way, does the text of Article 5 of the United States Constitution provide any express enabling for the states to limit a convention and place these kinds of restrictions on the delegates?
It neither prohibits nor authorizes.
So is it fair to say, Mr. Newton, that it's an open question as to how Congress and the courts might respond to such an event in terms of Congress and the courts, it is unclear whether they will recognize the authority of states via this type of wording in this resolution, may or may not recognize our authority to limit the jurisdiction and subject matter of the delegates at the convention and of the convention itself. Would that be a fair statement, Mr. Newton?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Hill, I do, and I think that is a fair analysis. I mean, obviously, this is not something that happens every day, and there are legal scholars that offer differing opinions. Again, what I would come back to is it's a two-prong in Article 5. One is the calling of the convention itself. The second is the ratification, which is the higher threshold at 3/4 states. But I will also tell you that looking at the language of the text of Article 5, there's nothing in there about the delegates themselves. And clearly, this joint resolution reserves the right to name the delegates and recall those delegates with the General Assembly of the state of South Carolina.
And am I correct in stating that Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution makes no mention of how the delegates themselves will be chosen or how the rules of the convention will be established?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Rutherford is recognized for a question.
Mr. Newton, you, in answering Mr. Hill's questions, you said a couple of times about the General Assembly having authority to recall the delegates. How exactly would the General Assembly do that?
Mr. Rutherford, the language with recall, as it relates to recalling the delegates is provided in the joint resolution itself. And I can't tell you at this moment that this joint resolution includes the language as to how that would happen.
I heard, Mr. Speaker, I didn't know whether. Okay. But if we don't spell it out, would you agree with me that it really does not exist? Because the General Assembly of South Carolina is in session from January to June. And so if this convention were to happen in October, the General Assembly would have no ability to recall anyone. And so although you've stated it and done a very good job and make it sound very official, the reality is that language has no meaning because the General Assembly has no ability to do what you stated that we would do. Is it a bill? And it's not the Senate, you said the General Assembly. Well, how would that move forward in the House, for example? If we had a delegate go up there and say they wanted to reinstate, I don't know, say they wanted to get rid of states' rights altogether. How would we recall that delegate in October? And then you can go to how we would recall that delegate if it was February.
Right. Mr. Rutherford, so here's what I would tell you. It requires 34 states.
No, but I know.
Let me get there. Things so far have passed similar Article 5 applications.
Sometimes they don't read.
I get it. And you make a very good point. Without able to directly respond to your question, I know if we go back and look in the code book on the back wall, we're going to pull out a number of boards, aides, and commissions in this state that include language that says somebody out specifying exactly how that appointment process will take place. Just like when we elect judges between these two bodies, the law does not say exactly when we will do it. It just says that we will do it. And that we then, the commission, the judicial merit screening, I think you all are the ones that actually set the time for those elections.
No, actually, the General Assembly set that in the law. But if we're going to make this, do you not agree that we can't make broad statements that don't have an application in law? Because without creating a Convention of States committee, the way that JMSC was created, somebody to set these rules, we are in fact giving big government a bigger hand. And honestly, in my opinion, people that are now larger than the General Assembly, because there's no process for them to be removed.
1 second, Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Newton, that's your first 10 minutes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question and then I'm going to save some time. Mr. Rutherford.
You do want your second 10? You would like
Sure.
your second? Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Your point's well taken. I don't know that necessarily at this stage that makes this joint resolution flawed by not defining those mechanics. I believe that they can be defined at a later date.
After we pass it?
Certainly. Absolutely. I mean, just because we pass it, all this is an application to go to Congress, and you still have, we'd be the 16th state. You still got to get to 34 before that happens. So if it looks like Congress's role is to simply set the convention of the time and place, and when they do that, and we're notified that there's a convention, this General Assembly has the ability, even if we waited till that point in time, to say, here's how we would pick the delegates.
So essentially what you're saying is I'm from the government and I'm here to help, and you should trust me because moving forward, I'm going to lay out the
Mr. Rutherford,
rather than laying
you
out
know
on the
me well
front end.
enough to know that I wouldn't say I'm from the government and I'm here to help you.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
But remember, this says General Assembly. It does not say State of South Carolina. It does not say big government. It says General 170 of us in that General Assembly that have the ability to do this. Should this application move this cause forward across the country, and 34 states are pass similar.
But you would agree with me that this General Assembly that you speak of also has the ability to do absolutely nothing and deadlock on everything. And so by asking us to do something without laying out the rules in advance, you're asking us to trust. And I don't trust government. You agree? And how do we trust that when this comes back up, this won't be a Senate bill that gets stuck or a House bill that gets stuck? Because they don't pass our bills. So we all know that. So we couldn't input in it unless it's a Senate bill.
Right.
So then it comes over here, and then let's say we disagree. So then government has no guardrails. We didn't put any.
Well, the government at that point would there be no delegates to be appointed. It would be incumbent upon us as the General Assembly to have to do that. So I certainly don't believe that this in any way, the language of this joint resolution, trusts that appointment to some big government entity other than the 124 of us and the 46 across the hall.
But if we're going to make it incumbent upon us to have rules, why not do them now? Why wait? Because that gets to the trust factor. If we're going to have delegates and name them and have the ability to recall them, I would like to know how. Otherwise, we are creating this star chamber of people who become untouchable because they didn't come down and tell us, oh, don't agree with the Senate. Tell the Senate, oh, don't agree with the House, and nothing happens.
Sure.
And our ability to do things after the fact has never worked.
Mr. Rutherford, what I'll tell you is this moves forward today and goes across the hall. Before it comes back, you and I can work on that language together to perhaps introduce an amendment once it comes back in this body, or before this application has a chance to go to Washington. What I do know and I'm comfortable with is there's no risk that between now and the time we come back in January for the balance of the states required to call convention of 34 will be obtained.
But there's also no risk then in it today. If we don't have the language, why are we passing it? I mean, we're not the Senate. This is our shot. And when we pass stuff, we owe an obligation to the taxpayers, to the citizens, to people that are looking at government going, y'all are getting too big, to get it right. Because you're saying, let's go ahead and pass it and hope that they get it right. And I'm saying, I'm not in the Senate. Right. I don't want to be. But for those of us that are in here that are looking at this bill going, technically, this is not accurate. We can do better. Our answer is going to be, well, yeah, but we'll let the Senate do better. Why?
Well, I'm not sure that I would agree that we would say we would let the Senate do better, but we might say that this is a first step. And if we accomplish this step, we then have more than ample time to put the parameters on how we will go about the appointment process.
So maybe I'm missing something. And beyond the fact that a number of people showed up, what is the rush if we know that it's not right? Like, I don't remember passing bills up here that we know don't have guidelines, don't have parameters, don't have guardrails, and we're going to pass it out anyway without the ability to make sure that it's right.
Sure. You know, Mr. Rutherford, I just would say, I don't know that I would say that I agree with you in saying that I know that it's not right. I agree with you that the appointment process is not there. But I will also tell you that I don't know that the appointment process being there today or not makes a difference.
But if we're having a convention of the states, Mr. Newton, a convention of the states, and we have to pick delegates, which you agree is an integral part of this, and we're going to send those delegates to this meeting, and we don't know how to recall them if they don't speak for South Carolina the way that we want it to, how is that right? I mean, how can you say that this is a bill that's good enough if that is a crucial part of it? We're not saying send the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the secretary of state, in which case I get it. They have a recall to the people, but we're creating a star chamber of people that are not accountable to the voters, not accountable to the taxpayers. They're only accountable to us, a body that doesn't always agree on things that we know we ought to do, much less people that are going to fight over everything that they may be talking about there. So why not get it right before we send them? And that's all I'm saying.
No, I got it.
I don't know the answer. Maybe today is Convention of States Day. I'm not on judiciary anymore, as you know. I didn't hear all this debate.
But we miss you.
And I miss y'all. But because of that, I'm not trying to be a fly in the ointment. I don't trust government enough to give government something and then say we're going to talk about it later.
Right.
Because later never happens.
Well, Mr. Rutherford, you and I are in violent agreement that neither one of us trust government.
Yes, sir.
But I like to think that you and I can trust each other and the rest of our brethren in this room.
And then, see, you went too far now. Now you went a little too far. I trust you, I do. But everybody else, yeah, we trust God. Everybody else got to pay cash. You understand?
I did.
But at some point, we can't just not leave our stamp on something that we know has an issue. And recalling people that ain't doing the right thing is a problem. Because, and I won't use a current example, but we've had other examples of people that were even elected. We had a lieutenant governor, in fact, that got elected and then broke ethics laws and is no longer the lieutenant governor. And thankfully, there was a process in place to remove him.
Right.
Imagine trying to do that after the fact. He might still be the lieutenant governor because we wouldn't be able to come up with whatever the fix is. And so how do you let it go out of this body without knowing that we've done the best job we could when clearly we haven't? And if somebody else wants to take up the time and answer it, I'll ask them. I don't mean to hold you up. I mean, I just don't understand. And I just don't trust us enough to make sure that people that are above us, because we're going to send them up to speak for us, not the governor, not lieutenant governor, but these special people, and without any ability to check them and say, what you're saying is not where South Carolina is. If you want to make the federal government bigger, you don't speak for us.
You know, Mr. Rutherford, I don't have a direct answer to your question. I mean, there is language in the resolution that says when determining the commissioners or delegates, the appointing or electing body must take into account race, gender, so as to represent to the greatest extent possible all segments of the population of the state. But to your point, that the language as to how you will appoint is not in this joint resolution, but I do believe that it can be a follow-up.
I'm sorry. Is there an education requirement? Are we requiring that these persons have a degree of education before they can be chosen, or just people that don't have a lot of knowledge? There are no qualifications,
the parameters that I just read to you.
But don't you think that that'd be a part of it as well, so that we don't have people that is SLED going to do background checks on them? Are they crooks?
You know, Mr. Rutherford, all those are good points that we can have those discussions in here about how we would go through that appointment process. I don't know that it has to be done today. What I'm comfortable with to some degree is the language of the joint resolution itself. One says the application is void itself if these types of amendments that we talked about, beyond the three things that are supposed to be, are being discussed. Our application to have the convention itself is void. Furthermore, that no amendment can be considered by the delegates on these other lists of prohibited matters, and they are subject to recall if they don't follow these instructions. And then finally, no one is effective, obviously, until it's, so there are a number of safeguards. Do we need to put more meat on the bones as to how we'll go through that appointment process? Yes, sir. Do I think it has to be done today as this first step of saying we believe that we're in support of a joint resolution calling the Constitutional Amendment Convention? I don't think it's necessary today.
All right, well, you told, and I wish I could talk faster. I don't want to take up all your time, but you told Mr. Hill that if they got outside the parameters.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rutherford, too late. You did in fact take up all his time. Mr. Newton, your time has expired.
Give him 10 more.
Just for
the day.
Just for the day. Question is adoption amendment 2. All in favor say aye. All opposed? No. I'll give you division vote. Question is adoption amendment number 2.
No, it's green. Hey, Todd.
Time has expired. Clerk, close the polls and tabulate. Vote of 76-7. Amendment 2 is adopted. Clerk will read.
Amendment number 3 is by Mr. Long. Number 3, Mr. Long.
Let me get a little order for you first, Mr. Long. Mr. Long is recognized on amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I'll be brief. What this amendment does is it says that our application for a convention will expire 2 years after the effective date. Basically, we don't know what the political landscape is going to look like 2 years from now and beyond. And so this says that if a convention is not called by a majority of the states after 2 years, our application would expire. If anybody has questions about what it does.
Mr. Hart's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Long, believe it or not, I actually have some issues with the federal government also. Part of my frustration is the process and what we do in here, and a lot of things that we just do, it exercises futility. It's almost like putting an ashtray on a moped. It's almost like, what's the purpose? And here's why I say that. Can you tell us when was the last constitutional convention?
I believe that would have been in the 1700s, Mr. Hart.
1787 to be exact.
That's right.
Do you know if there was any other constitutional conventions after that?
Not to my knowledge.
So we're calculating 234 years since the last constitutional convention, and we've never had one.
I believe that's correct.
And states for the past 234 years have applied to the federal government through the very same process that we're doing now to have a constitutional convention. However, it has not occurred. So that goes back to my very first premise. Why are we doing this, and what is the urge and what is the need? Because it's been 234 years since the last one, and I'm not sure in the next 2 years we're going to get it. So my question is, why are we doing this?
That is a great question, Mr. Hart. I think that question is probably better directed to the bill sponsors as far as what the reasoning is. I know that it's like you said, we haven't had one for over 200 years. So for over 200 years, there hasn't been a need. But I appreciate your question. I'm just not sure that I'm the best one to answer it.
Mr. Long has stepped away. Mr. Taylor moves to a table of amendment number 3. Mr. Long requests a roll call to 9-member second. 9 members do. Question is tabling of amendment 3. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order.
I need to find it. I'm sorry.
All members wishing to vote, voted. All members wishing to vote, voted. Any objection to closing the roll call? I hear somebody shouting, but I don't see them. Any objection to closing the roll call? Any objection? Hear none, clerk. Mr. Robert Williams objects. He looked me right in the eye and say, I object. I think I can handle that one. Yes, ma'am. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote 31 to 83. The House refuses to table amendment number 3. The question is adoption amendment number 3.
I think you have to be on the prevailing side. Okay, so table the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Rutherford is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm not talking about the convention of states, so you can feel free to talk amongst yourselves, and security, please don't interrupt them. That would be hypocritical of me. I am here, however, to talk to you about a friend of mine and a former colleague, former Representative Harold Mitchell. And for those of you that don't know, Harold, when he was, I think it was before he became a member, took a $20,000 grant from the EPA and turned it into a $300 million cleanup of a dirty site in Spartanburg, which, as we continue to talk about things like environmental justice, as we continue to talk about things like the environment, Spartanburg, South Carolina, in particular, what Harold did has become a model around the country. In fact, Bill Gates has started looking into it as to how we take what Harold did and replicate it. Now, we tend not to celebrate members when they are here for good reason, because it gives them a big head, and then they would think they were a senator. So now that Harold is not here and he is being recognized by the White House and is being included on conversations around the globe about environmental justice, I thought it appropriate that we take the time to recognize someone who was not only a great member, someone who did a great deal of things for Spartanburg, a great deal of things for our environment, but also was the first African-American since Reconstruction to gavel us out. And almost a year to the day, 3 years to the day, is that 4 years to the day, Speaker Lucas stepped down to allow Harold that honor. And it's with pleasure and honor that we honor today former Representative Harold Mitchell. I don't think you can listen to that.
Welcome back, Harold. Good to see you, sir. Folks, we can get some order. We're going to get back to work. Mr. Taylor, voting on the prevailing side, has a motion to reconsider the vote on Amendment 3. He withdraws that motion. The question before us now is adoption of Amendment number 3. Mr. Taylor wishes to be heard on Amendment number 3. Ms. Taylor is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate Representative Long's effort to curtail. I don't think he's a real fan of the Convention of States. So to curtail this by putting a 2-year time clock on it, I think that would be a big mistake. This has taken a while. I'll be up talking about it when we get to the full debate after we get off the amendments. But on this particular amendment, putting a time clock of 2 years is a pretty short fuse, and I think it's quite clever of Mr. Long to do that. But at any time, any legislature in the down the road can withdraw us from this. It's simply been done by other legislatures over the years on other issues. So we really don't need a time clock on this. And there's a series of amendments here of 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, whatever. I would ask you to vote to table this amendment. Thank you.
So the question before us is adoption of amendment number 2. Mr. Rutherford is recognized on amendment number 2.
Mr. Taylor, and I would happily take questions from
3,
you.
I apologize, Mr. Rutherford. Amendment number 3. That was my bad. Number 3.
Because I'm just trying to understand, you're asking us not to put guardrails in place because the General Assembly can put its own guardrails in place later? I mean, that's, again, going back to my conversation with Mr. Newton. If we're going to put in guardrails, why not do it now? Why, as was stated by someone else, if the political landscape changes and all of a sudden they're unwilling to stop government from growing, why not put in the guardrails as we speak? And again, I'll take questions or comments. I just don't understand what the urgency is to do something knowing that it's not right. And this is not right. If we are true to our word, then we ought to make sure that these people that will resemble a star chamber, because they will be selected by the General Assembly to go and represent South Carolina, when we have a governor, when we have a Secretary of State, we have a lieutenant governor, but we're going to pick other people with no qualifications, with no requirements, with no job title specifications, and we're going to say, you go and speak for South Carolina. Well, I don't know how you do that. And I don't know why. I mean, why not the Speaker of the House, the Speaker pro tem? There are people that are elected and put in place to already speak for South Carolina. And now we're saying that this will stand in perpetuity because we don't even want to put the limitation that it would only exist for 2 years. What am I missing that suggests that we know now what things will look at, what things will look like in 2 years?
Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Finley does have a question for you, sir.
Mr. Rutherford,
Yes, sir.
if we vote for this amendment, we are inserting a 2-year sunset. Is that correct?
That's apparently what it says. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to make sure I understood because in the back and forth of insert, I just wanted to make sure I had a clear picture. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hart, do you have a question, sir? Mr. Rutherford is more than willing to accept it, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Rutherford, I'm trying to get an answer to my question. And actually, I think the 2-year vision, actually, in light of what we're going through, may be something good to have those parameters in place and in check. But question is, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, why does it make a difference if the last convention was 234 years ago in 1787? So it goes back to my original question I was having with Mr. Long.
I can hear him.
I am frustrated with this process as to why we're spending this time in this body on Tuesday afternoon talking about a constitutional convention that never has taken place in over 200 years. Why are we doing this?
Well, to those that are in support of it, I think they would argue that we are doing this because they want to take a fresh look at the Constitution. For those that are opposed to it, I think they would state what you just stated, is that what are we doing when a lot of this can be done by simply passing laws or by passing laws? This would seem to take a star chamber of persons selected by the General Assembly and place them in a position more powerful than Congress, because then they would be passing amendments that would then be sent back, but without any qualifications whatsoever on who those persons were. And as Mr. Long pointed out, without the ability at some point to say, wait a minute, things have changed, and the convention that they may have envisioned right now is not in 2 years what it's going to look like. And I take anyone back to pre-pandemic. If anyone could have envisioned that the entire United States would shut down, that all of South Carolina would shut down, and to say that this General Assembly can position itself or pre-position itself for something outside the realm of 2 years from now, I think it's just absurd. So again, just as it relates to the amendment, because I don't know enough about the bill, I'll be honest with you, I don't.
Well, I'm with you, but I think you still fail to address the main point of my premise. No one in this room, no one in this state, no one in this country or this world was alive the last time there was a constitutional convention.
Correct.
I promise you,
Bill Sandifer
no one
might have
in
been.
this room will be alive during the next constitutional convention.
Bill Sandifer might have been alive. He might have been. I'll talk to his wife about it. He looks like it. But he knows what I mean, too. He's nodding his head yes for those that can't see him. But again, it's just, I'm missing why we don't put guardrails in place for something that could very easily go out of control when we have the ability to do so. It's not Thursday at 4:45. We have time to do it. We have enough things in place. JMSC, for example, if you want to follow that model, if you want to put restrictions on people, or if you just wanted to say it's the governor and lieutenant governor that would go and speak for South Carolina, and maybe the speaker or the speaker pro tem. Why are we selecting people that are unelected to then speak for this entire state and unwilling to sunset it at some point in the future? And that's, I may come back, but that's my point on this amendment. So, thank you.
Question is adoption, Amendment 3. Roll call is required. Ms. Taylor requests a vote on the board. The 9-member second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Question is adoption, Amendment number 3. Roll call is required. Vote on the board's order. If all members wishing to vote voted. If all members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing the roll call? Mr. Rutherford said let him see. Any objection to closing the roll call? Hearing no objection, the clerk close polls and tabulate. Vote of 56-62, Amendment 3 fails. Clerk will read.
Amendment number 4 has been withdrawn, bringing us to amendment number 5. Mr. Long, number 5.
Four more. Mr. Long is recognized on amendment number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I did speak with Mr. Taylor about this. I understand that 2 years is a really short amount of time, and that for the people that are supportive of the convention, that 2 years wouldn't give them enough time to pull everything together. And the amendment that was withdrawn was a 4-year expiration. This is something that I hope everybody can be on board with, which is a 10-year expiration. I think it's important that we have some kind of an expiration on this. We don't want this open-ended so that 50 years from now, they're going to call a convention and they're going to use our application as a reason to call a convention because we didn't put an expiration on ours. So 10 years gives the people that support a convention plenty of time to pull things together for it. But at the same time, it does have that safeguard in place so that a convention is not called well into the future. So 10 years now.
Question is adoption amendment 5. All in favor say aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it.
The next amendment is number 6 by Mr. Long.
Mr. Long is recognized on amendment number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the bill, when determining the delegates, the electing body was supposed to take into account race and gender, according to the bill. This adds age, so race, gender, and age. As one of the few members of this body that's under the age of 30, I do think it's important that people that are a little bit younger and have maybe a little bit of a more longevity in public service would have an opportunity to participate in this process.
Question is adoption amendment number 6. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment number 6 is adopted.
The next amendment is 7 by Mr. Long, number 7.
This will certainly make it a lot more palatable.
Mr. Long is recognized on amendment number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would say that they could not make any amendments to the Constitution related to the Bill of Rights, but also Article 2, Section 1. And if I'm not mistaken, that's got to do with the qualifications. No, this would have to do with the Electoral College. So in other words, no amendments to the Constitution will be allowed related to changing the way the Electoral College is handled. I think a lot of the opposition to the Electoral College and the way our president is elected has to do with people that are ignorant to the process and why we have the Electoral College. So this basically says that no amendments that would change the effect of the Electoral College.
Mr. Taylor has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Long, a question for you. The way this is written, the committee amendment had added the 19th amendment. This would then take that out, would it not?
You know, I believe you might be correct, and I appreciate the information on that, and I'll withdraw that amendment.
The women appreciate it.
Mr. Long, if you stepped away, you're moving to table that amendment. Mr. Long, you're moving to table amendment 7? Okay. He moves to, first, Mr. Long moves to table amendment 7. All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Amendment 7 is tabled. Mr. Long chooses to withdraw.
Number 8 is withdrawn. Last amendment is 9. Mr. Bamberg. Number 9. Mr. Bamberg.
Mr. Bamberg is recognized on amendment number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is simple.
All it's going to do is just change the effective date for which this bill matters. So it's going to require approval by the governor, but it also has another condition, and that condition is that the state of South Carolina no longer be in the top half of states in America who are federally dependent. And what does that mean? It's been a problem with this bill. We've talked about it in subcommittee and in full committee. One of the aims of this is to impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, which I completely understand. There are people who are worried about the spending in DC, the spending initiatives coming out of the presidency, whoever's in the White House, Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. But I don't think we can have that conversation without acknowledging the fact that when it comes to financial spending, South Carolina is consistently in the top 10 of states in America who are dependent on federal dollars. In fact, the budget we passed, 1/3 of South Carolina's budget is made up of federal dollars. This is nothing new. I mean, we're talking going back years, but long before I was here, long before some other folks are here. In fact, if you go back to 2014, Congressman Jim Clyburn also pointed this out when looking at the idea of federal spending and some of the criticisms that have come out of South Carolina with regards to federal spending. It boggles the mind to think about all the federal money that comes into this state that we do all kinds of stuff to get, and then we pretend it isn't federal money. And when we are talking about a convention of states, and one of the grounds of this being pushed every single session, it's the last week of session, and we're here taking this up on the floor, arguing that the federal government needs to work on fiscal restraint, when we are one of the top 10 states that are a burden on the federal government. The state of South Carolina, and I've had problems with this, and I've had conversations with citizens who have come up here, including earlier today, advocating for this. I don't know how the state of South Carolina can pass legislation putting our finger in the eye of the federal government when we are one of the biggest burdens to the United States federal government as it pertains to state funding. Out of 50 states, I mean, there are some numbers here, and I'd just like to point out. All right, so if you go back to 2014 timeframe, 2014, 2015, for every dollar the state of South Carolina paid in taxes to the United States federal government, our state received $7.87 back. For every dollar we paid in federal taxes, our state received $7.87 back from the federal government. But we're really going to tell the federal government, y'all got to get some fiscal restraint going on. There are states, I've spoken with folks from New Jersey and elsewhere. They would kill in their state to receive the amount of money that we get from the federal government. They ain't getting almost $8 for every dollar that they give. And how can we as a state turn around and tell the feds, y'all got to get a grip on your federal spending? What this should say is, hey, feds, stop sending our state money. Let us go deep into poverty, kill our economy, because we want to prove a point that the federal government is getting too big. Newsflash, ladies and gentlemen, and this isn't a Republican or Democrat thing. This is economics. If we were to lose 10%, If the federal government were looking today at this debate and us joining this movement to call for a convention of states because the feds are getting too big, and they turned around and cut off 10% of the money that this state receives, our entire economy would crash. That's how important those federal dollars are. So all this amendment does aim to make South Carolina not be hypocritical. Before we go to the feds and say, fix yourself, we need to fix ourselves. And we'll talk a little bit more about this, but we're not going to make this effective until we are no longer, Representative Gilliard, in the top 10 of states that depend on federal money. Until we're no longer in the top 15 we're talking about until we can get, if 25 other states cannot be as dependent on the feds, why can't we? And there are a number of reasons for that. And I'm not going to go through everything. I'm going to speak on the bill and reserve that time. But I'm going to ask that this body pass this amendment. Let's work on fixing the finances of this state. Let's work on lowering state taxes for individuals and businesses in this state. And let's get out of our own way. But what we shouldn't do is stick our thumb in the eye of the United States of America's federal government, hypocritically knowing that we are one of the 10 biggest burdens on the same fiscal system that we're saying they need to get in check. So I'm going to ask that this body pass this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have questions, sir?
I'll take questions.
Mr. Magnuson is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Bamberg, did you know that you and I don't always agree on the issues?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you know that I support your amendment today, and that I have often tried to draw attention to this issue, and I feel that you're right to bring our attention to it. The fact that our state is dependent on federal government. Did you know that I feel that is hypocritical, and that I've often wondered why proponents of something like a convention of states don't want to start at home before they go on to bigger things?
There have been, and I appreciate that, even this year alone, there have been multiple opportunities for both in the House and Senate for our state to shrink state government. You know, we're supposed to be a state of small government, and I think in both parties, Republican, Democrat, as well as any independents or others, like the idea of government getting out of everybody's business, right? Like the idea of letting people live, letting businesses flourish. And we've had opportunities to do that time and time again, and we expand government. And then we have movements, right? This is part of the pushback agenda, I guess it's called, right? And we're going to, on paper, push back against the feds. We don't like the federal government. This is South Carolina. We don't want your help. You're doing too much. You're one of the reasons our taxes are going up. And we need separation of federal government and state government, right? And that's what this reads on paper. So when people look at this, it's, oh, look at South Carolina standing up to Uncle Sam. When in reality, all this is a blanket that's covering up the truth underneath. And the truth is there is plenty of things that we could be on in this state to where then we could say something and it actually means something. Because I don't think it sends any message at all. If anything, it sends a bad one for us to go and say, feds, get your spending in check. And we're looking forward to our check next year, right? No, not at all.
Representative Bamberg, would you agree that sometimes in this chamber, it feels like we want to be optically correct, but the practical solutions are lacking?
I think that in politics ends up being a little bit more important than reality. And as long as the state can tell its citizens X, Y, and Z, with the understanding that maybe the citizens as deep as maybe they should look, then everybody's pacified, right? But are we actually fixing anything? And there's a host of things. I mean, and I don't want to get into it on this particular amendment, but it speaks to the money side, right? We're missing opportunities across the board. For example, it took us forever to even let our farmers, many of whom had filed bankruptcies because of the ice storms and because of the 1,000-year flooding. It took forever to let them grow hemp. Hemp.
Ms. Bamberg, that's your first 10, sir.
I'll take second 10.
Ms. Bamberg recognized for a second 10.
It took forever for this state to say, you know what, let's let our farmers, for the benefit of our economy and our citizens' lives, let's get out of their way. And we always baby step it, right? We don't ever open the door. What we do is we kind of like unlock the doggy door, and then a couple people can crawl out, right? Those are the limited permits, right? When we do 20 permits for this and that. And 5 people crawl out, now 20 people crawl out, and then okay, let's open the door now. When what we need to do is just take the whole roof off the house, right? Government in this state stands in the way too often, and it is impacting our state's ability to generate revenue. Citizens in this state are tired of being taxed to death, right? And the education discussion, Representative Magnuson, when we go and we look at the way that historically school facilities were funded in this state, right? How do we pay for those buildings? Local taxes, smaller populations, right? They're taxed out. And we have all these opportunities across the board to give our citizens some tax relief, but the actions are not getting us there. And then we come up with blankets like this to make people feel good.
Well, thank you, Representative Bamberg, for offering an amendment and drawing attention to that. And I just wanted to let you know I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Hill is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Bamberg, for taking my question. Did you know that, as you brought up, that South Carolina does depend on a lot of federal money in the budget? Did you know that that is at least 1/3 approximately of our state budget?
Yeah, absolutely. Of all of the revenue generated in this state for purposes of appropriations, 1/3 of it does in fact come from the federal government.
And I believe, Mr. Bamberg, that somewhere in the vicinity of $2 billion, that's billion with a B, $2 billion of that money we rely on for DOT. And I think that that's a significant thing for us to realize. It's a good example. All of us, of course, here agree that we need to have money for our roads and that we want our roads fixed and in tip-top condition. However, do you recall, Mr. Bamberg, just a few years ago that there were rumors swirling around in Washington that Congress was getting increasingly worried that the federal highway fund that money comes from to South Carolina was at risk of going insolvent and the money possibly drying up there. Do you recall that, Mr. Bamberg?
I do, and let me say this: it's government, and whether people want to, government can't continuously just print new money, right? You've got to do creative, forward-thinking things to survive, just like people have to do at their house. If I'm at home and I'm working and I know my bills total $1,000 a month, if my job is not bringing me in $1,000 a month, I either have to budget cut, right? I got to cut my cable, right? Maybe I gotta adjust my thermostat to keep my heat where it don't cut on until it's 95 degrees. You got to do something because you can't just print your own money. Or you do what, Representative Hill? You go find an additional stream of revenue. For example, a second job. And in address, even with the federal concerns over the highway fund, even with the fact that our state relies on federal dollars for whether it be transportation, whether it be health insurance, whether it be whatever,
We still have not done anything in this state except effectively block our ways of creating new revenue streams, unless it just involves raising taxes on citizens or small businesses or something like that.
Well, and Mr. Member, the reason I bring this up is twofold. For one, you mentioned printing money, and our federal government has done a lot of that, especially recently. But overall, the long-term economic outlook has not gotten better since these rumors began concerns began in Congress. If anything, it's gotten worse. So long-term, we have many reasons, not just philosophical reasons, but also practical reasons why we should be working towards weaning ourselves off of total dependence on federal money. If you look at DOT's budget overall, you'll see that a substantial amount of that is not just the earmarked gas taxes and everything that this state collects, but we are heavily dependent on federal road money. And that's just one example. I mean, we also have, Mr. Bamberg, I'm sure you know that we draw down somewhere in the vicinity of $8 billion through HHS for Medicaid and similar programs like that. And that's just two of many different agencies that we could talk about here, Mr. Bamberg. Finally, I want to just ask you, and understand I am in full agreement with you on this amendment. I'm in full agreement with you on the fact that if we truly care about reining in the federal government, that needs to begin with the financial purse strings and with the spending situation. But I just want to understand, how far do you go down this path, Mr. Bamberg? I mean, for instance, some of the biggest federal spending, which we've seen lately, that has been funded with printed money, has been CARES Act, American Rescue Plan. We're talking about several $1 billion that South Carolina has or will soon receive. I think we're talking somewhere north of $5 billion just in the last year related to pandemic assistance from the federal government, which of course we know the federal government only can receive money from borrowing it, taxing it from our citizens, or printing it. So that's a big chunk of change, Mr. Bamberg. So do your concerns about independence from federal dollars extend as far as to include emergencies as well?
All right. So my viewpoint of it is this, Representative Hill. At the end of the day, the state itself is but an entity. The federal government itself is but an entity. What's best for the people? Well, the people of South Carolina, people of America, and that's where politics has failed, right? What is going to be better for the people as citizens in the long term, right? And obviously, you can't keep continuously just printing money. With regards to what we're trying to do here with this, the Convention of States and telling the feds to constrain their, you can't tell them that when 1/3 of your budget comes from them. This is dumb. We shouldn't, not the idea of what they want, the fact that we are dealing with it at this point in time when South Carolina has so much work to do on its own finances and its own creation of revenue. We look stupid telling the federal government, get your checking account in order. And while you're doing that, don't forget to keep writing our big one to us every year, because we need it for 1/3 of our budget, right? I don't know that there is a quote unquote limit, right? So with regards to CARES Act spending and things like that, honestly, I am for whatever government has to spend to make sure its citizens survive and are taken care of from that standpoint. I'm cool with whatever, because without citizens, there is no government. So if we've got to infuse money into the economy, if we've got to, and the whole unemployment ordeal and all that is a conversation for another day, Representative Hill. But no, I don't see a problem with government spending as long as it is spending responsibly and upholding its duty to the citizens. But I don't believe in having your cake and eating it too, Representative Jefferson. We're gonna have our cake and eat it too if we pass convention of states. And these ain't Representative Bamberg just coming up with, these are numbers. And numbers aren't gonna lie. So I would ask for passage of this amendment. Thank you,
Mr. Herb
Speaker.
Kirschman has a question.
Oh.
I was just
Thank
about
you.
to walk off, man.
You will in 30 seconds.
No, okay. Well, never mind. I'll just catch up with you after. Thank you.
Question is adoption Amendment 9. Mr. Fry moves to table Amendment 9. Mr. Taylor requests a roll call to 9-member second. 9 members do. The question is tabling Amendment 9. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order.
Mr. King, Ms. Brawley.
All members wishing to vote voted. All members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Any objection? Hearing none, clerk close polls and tabulate. 7147, Amendment 9 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Number 10, King and Brawley. Number 10, King and Brawley.
Mr. King is recognized. Ms. Brawley is there for moral support. Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan, Ms. King's trying to speak, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment right here will eliminate any federal funds coming to South Carolina as being part of the Convention of States. We're just asking that when they do convene, that South Carolina is not considered for any state funding, and that is part of our request as a state, since we believe that the federal government spending is out of control. We have turned our noses up to the federal government, so I don't believe we should continue to accept the funding that comes down from the federal government. And here we are today entertaining the Convention of States while we have very important issues here in this state, such as infrastructure, our failing schools. We are now dealing with COVID in our state. And so we decide to spend the last 3 days of our session this year debating something, in my opinion, that is not as important and as urgent as the lives down here to represent. Ms. Brawley and I felt that it was important that since South Carolina feels that spending in this country is out of control, and that the federal government, the people that we send, the 7 congressional people and the 2 senators that we have sent up there cannot best represent us, then we need not take the federal funds. I want to thank people like Congressman Clyburn and others who received a fair share of the funds that we, as citizens of this country, put into our country. And it is truly sad that we would take this opportunity, the last 3 days of this session, this year, debating Convention of States. I believe that we have failed the people. And if we want to point the fingers, we need to start pointing them at the folk in this room first. We have spent this whole session beating up on South Carolinians instead of uplifting people. We have spent this session talking about a heartbeat. And then last week, we take the beat out of the heart. When are we going to come here and represent the people who have sent us here and make sure that the lives of the people we represent are better than the day that we came here? Now, I'm part of the minority party, and I know that we don't set the calendar or the agenda. So I want the folk back home who are listening or who are watching to know that what you are seeing happening here in South Carolina is not because of the Democratic Party, because we do not set the agenda that moves forward in this House. Here we had an opportunity to pass a hate crime bill over in the Senate. And here we're in here today on our calendar with a bunch of Senate bills, and they have gone home. As we go back and visit this calendar and look at the Senate bill, think about that. You all have bills over there that are Republican bills, that are Democrat bills, and they have called it quits for today. And now we're going to sit over here and spend till 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock this evening passing their bills. Good or bad. But until we fix this House, we can't talk about the federal government. Until we start passing legislation that's meaningful, that put people back to work, that makes sure that kids have quality schools to go into, and that because of the neighborhood you come from determines your success, until we change that, then we have nothing to say about what the federal government is doing. Nothing to say about what the federal government is doing. I wonder sometimes why you all get so in an uproar if we adjourn debate or ask for request on the bill to be passed over or something. Then you want to run around and talk to us. But when you think about opening up the Constitution, regardless of what we have put in place, if 34 states other than South Carolina send an amendment, send a resolution that opens up the Constitution, you could essentially affect the lives of people in this room, i.e., the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. Slavery. So when you see us up here and we're debating this, while we all live in this country, you don't understand where we come from. You don't understand the hurt and the pain that we feel. Because if you did, you would not even jeopardize the lives of your fellow colleagues by voting for something of such. I hope that we wake up in South Carolina and realize that some of the things that we're doing is not for the betterment of South Carolina. It truly divides this state, and it will continue to divide this state until we start doing what's right for the people of South Carolina. As I said last week, all eyes are on us and how we operate and how we carry ourselves. But when we put up mess like this and we allow a few folk to come up here and hold up banners, when the teachers came up here in greater numbers, nobody went out there and listened to them. Nobody went out there to listen to them. Did they get the raises? Did they get the $3,000? State employees so far behind on pay. And I was listening to the radio coming down the road today, and you want to talk about Blue Lives Matter when we are one of the lowest paid in the country when it comes to police officers. But you care about them? Come on. That's a reality. That's the truth. Let's start debating and doing things that help people instead of dividing. It's time out for it. And I'm gonna say this to you. I would not be a part of a party, a political party, where I could not be independent and think for myself. I wish my leader would walk into my caucus meeting and tell me how I'm supposed to vote, or threaten me, because the people who sent me here is who I represent. And I believe in my heart that if your constituency followed you, they would be highly insulted and upset. And to some of you who may not realize it, you have people of color in your district that you do represent. And I know that they will be disappointed in knowing that you all will put up a convention of states that would jeopardize their right to freedom. And women in this chamber, if you vote for this, shame on you, because you're putting your rights in jeopardy as well. So while counties and cities depend on us, and while we depend on the federal government, I put this amendment up to show the hypocrisy in this chamber, knowing that it would not pass, but just to show you that we are doing nothing, absolutely nothing, to create jobs, better educational system, but all we want to do is beat on women and what they can do with their bodies.
Mr. King, that's your first 10 minutes.
Take my second.
Mr. King recognized, second 10.
Want to take and talk about what happens in the womb of a woman and the heartbeat just to take her child's life years later with a firing squad. I don't know how any of us can go home and look at ourselves in the mirror, even if you voted for it or against it. Because if you love this state, you ought to be ashamed as to what we are doing up here. And you may not like my remarks, but I didn't come here for that. I genuinely came here when I was elected, South Carolina, even better than what it already is. And until South Carolina becomes a great state, our governor needs to discontinue having state agencies and staff answering the phone. It's a great day in South Carolina, because it's not. I ask you all, as we debate this, but as we get off of this bill, either way it's voted, up or down, we need to send a message to the Senate that they can't go home on our bills and expect us to pass theirs. And you all can sit here and vote for them. And yeah, I objected to them this morning because I'm upset. They have yet to pass any of our bills out, but they're at home gone home. Their day is over with. And we're still here gonna, after this, debate their bills, pass their bills out, and we get nothing in return. Mr. Speaker, unless Ms. Brawley has something to say. Okay, I'm done.
Mr. Hart's recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say that I also join in the frustration of the gentleman from York County that just spoke so eloquently about what we do in this chamber, the process and how we do it. It is frustrating. So much more that we could be doing other than this. And as you know, I asked several times as to why are we doing this bill when 1789, there has not been a constitutional convention. 234 years, but we decided today, on this Tuesday afternoon, that we were going to spend time all afternoon, give the gentleman from Aiken conniption fit, because he's about to have a fit over there, ready for us to vote on this. Why are we doing this? No one can answer that question, and no one has answered the question. So you hear a lot of the rhetoric, and you hear a lot of the language about reining in federal spending. Our taxes are going up, our taxes are increasing. The federal deficit is just too high. Since 1929, the federal deficit has increased every single year. But here's the question, and it may sound like a foolish question, but I want you to pause for 1 second and actually ask yourself, what is the federal deficit? Have you ever seen it before? How is it calculated? How does it manifest itself in your daily life every single day? How does the federal deficit manifest itself in your daily life? How does it affect you? Or is that just rhetoric to continue to divide us and get elected? So Blake, talk about federal taxes. They're too high, always increasing. Federal spending is just out of control. We're being overtaxed. Well, look at the history of the federal tax bracket since 1913. Let's set the facts straight. The highest federal tax bracket was during World War II. And since then, it's going down every single year. Look at the bracket. Look at where we are now. The federal tax bracket in 2021 is very close to where it was back in 1916. So what are we talking about? This rhetoric about federal spending is out of control. They're just taxing us too much. That's rhetoric. It's not the truth. It's not accurate. And I'm in the highest bracket. I don't want to pay high taxes. I would love for my taxes to be lower, but we have to be accurate on the language that we use in this chamber and the language that we use, and stop using this rhetoric because it's not true. It's not accurate. We're at 21% now, federal tax bracket, 21%. Take a look at it. How are we out of control?
Mr. Taylor is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May have lost sight of what the amendment is, but the amendment has what was much of Mr. Bamberg's financial issues with the federal government and the state government. This time they put it in Section A. And let me just point out to you, and I will later, but during the talk about the bill, but Section A in this legislation is sort of the sacred paragraph. It is the paragraph, that section, that gets aggregated with all the other states. So to accept this amendment is much like a poison pill. It changes Section A, which means this is for naught. We won't aggregate with the other 15 states and the other states that will be coming forward. So I would ask that you would move to table this if we could, Mr. Speaker. And I'd ask that you vote for tabling this and vote against it.
Mr. Hart had a question. You've stepped away. Ms. Taylor moves to Ms. Brawley. Ms. Brawley wishes to speak on the amendment. Ms. Brawley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. As my colleague, Representative King, so eloquently stated earlier, there's a degree of hypocrisy in this particular bill. If the bill's purpose is to have fiscal restraint and to limit the amount of money the federal government is spending, how is it that we're accepting $2.3 billion more in relief for COVID? The reality of it is we know the people of our state need help. You know, so often the things that we could do as a state to eliminate some of our fiscal needs, we refuse to do, like pay people a livable wage. That would make a big difference. As Representative Bamberg just mentioned to you a few moments earlier, South Carolina is one of the states that receives the most federal money. But yet, we propose this particular bill and the amendments that we dealt with earlier prior to this one, specifically because they say we are concerned with fiscal restraint and creating, I presume, debt for future generations. And I'm just trying to reconcile that with the reality in which we're living in. I've only known one time when South Carolina of recent years has turned away federal money. Well, maybe twice, because they didn't expand Medicaid. As sick as we are in this state, they refused to expand Medicaid. They also sent about $140-some million back to the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, a few years ago, which was, in my opinion, a disgrace, given the condition of our schools at that time and the condition that many of our schools are in still today. So the hypocrisy of saying that the Convention of States is all about fiscal restraint, it just doesn't make sense to me. Because if it truly were about fiscal restraint, we'd have no problem with this amendment. Because it says, you know, look, we're tired of taking federal money. We're just not taking it anymore. And most of you all know that that's really an impossibility, even for those of you who live in the most wealthy of districts. People in your districts who are poor and who suffer, who, as we call, middle class America. So what is this bill really all about? Here's my sentiment. Once we open the Constitution, anything can happen. Just like it did when it was open and created some 200 plus years ago. Now, I don't know about you, but that scares me. That in this climate that we're talking about opening up a convention of states and having a constitutional convention in this political climate that we're operating under, even in this state, where I think in many cases, at least we are cordial and respectful of each other. In some places, that's not the case. I don't understand, as Representative King mentioned earlier, why we are spending so much precious time in the middle of a pandemic talking about bills like this, when we know this isn't about fiscal restraint, because no matter what we put in our bill, this bill, if this happens at the national, the federal level, what we're doing here really is immaterial. It will be what's decided by those individuals who convene that convention. And I don't know, as I said about you, but that's scary to me. And it should scare most of you in here. Some of you may think that, everything is going to be just fine because it always has been. But for many of us, there has been a lot of struggling over these last 200 plus years. A lot of gains have been made for many of us over these 200 plus years. Some of us sitting in this very room now in this chamber would not have been here had it not been for the Bill of Rights and those provisions and amendments to our Constitution. So I'm really concerned that for fiscal restraint, that we claim that we must do this, but yet we are not willing to do the things necessary to be fiscally responsible. Because fiscal responsibility starts at home. As I said, it means equal pay for equal work. It means a livable wage for our people. It means stop fighting unions that provide pensions and opportunity for fiscal responsibility for people who are working in our plants and factories. That's what fiscal restraint is, doing the things that would make us fiscally independent so that we won't have to take all that federal money that you all hate so much. But the reality is we want our cake and we want to eat it too. We want to say that this bill is about fiscal restraint and responsibility, but at the end of the day, we want everything we can get. All of you do. So I think this amendment is more of the hypocritical stance that we are taking with this bill. We know that we can't afford in this state, when we receive most of our money, a third of our money to operate the state from the federal government. We know we can't afford to turn a blind eye to the government's money. So what is this bill about? It sounds like a political ploy to appease a few, I would say about 100 people who were outside today. And I have nothing against people coming up here and protesting. This is the seat of government. They have every right to be here, and they should be here. But what did we do to the teachers? 10,000 plus of those parents, teachers, principals, grandmamas showed up and asked for our help. And yet we are still trying to take money away from public schools. So all I, would like for us to do as we consider this amendment, which I'm sure will be tabled and voted down, is to realize just how hypocritical sometimes we can be. And let's be honest with our constituents and call this what it is. This isn't about restraint, because if so, we'd start restraining in our own backyard. This is about making sure politically that we are saying the sound bites that people want to hear. And some of you will be reelected on this. Unfortunately, some of you will lose because you may have the courage to stand up for what's right. And this bill is not right because it's not even about what you say it is. And you know it. I won't take any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Question is adopted. Mr. Jefferson requests to be heard on the amendment. Mr. Jefferson is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just wanted to echo some of the same sentiments that you've just heard from Representative Brawley. You know, it's kind of sad and ironic that here in South Carolina, we seem to be behind the curve in just about everything that we do. We're being criticized all the time educationally. We have some of the poorest citizens, and I hate to use that word poor, but that's exactly what we are. We have some of the poorest citizens in our state, not because they want to be, but because there aren't enough funding to assist our individuals. It saddens me to be able to see food trucks. There are food trucks going into our communities just about every weekend. And what they're doing, they're talking about feeding those who are less fortunate. And that's where we are. There are literally thousands of people who don't have enough food to eat. And here we are trying to deny federal dollars from coming into the state of South Carolina. In case you're not aware of it, even when we pass our budget, for every $1 that we authorize in this facility of ours, the federal government matches that by $3. So we are dependent upon the federal government. We have been, and we still are. And I go back to the 60s, and I'm one of the children of the 60s, when we were demonstrating and we needed help. Couldn't get enough help from our state offices, so we had to call on federal assistance, and they came, and they helped us. And we're still in need of help to this day. Had it not been for the COVID-19 funding that we have been receiving and we're still receiving from the federal government, many of our people would not have been vaccinated even now. But because of the funds that we're getting, many people are being vaccinated, which is a godsend. So we're very appreciative of that. What about our school funding? Sure, we're doing well. We are helping our students to become better educated because of the funding that we are able to receive here, but we still need federal dollars to assist in our schools. We need, and everybody, for whatever reason, is moving to South Carolina. Not to mention those who are living in New York and some of the other northern states, they want to come to South Carolina. So that means we must have additional funding for that as well. We didn't pass the Medicaid expansion, but I will tell you, we still have at least between 250 to 300,000 people who are in need of medical services, health services, and you name it. They're in need of these services. So we have a long way to go. Our police officers, our correctional officers, our correctional facilities, we know that we need to build even more, even though I believe we have between 21 and 23 correctional facilities, penitentiaries in our state. But they're overcrowded right now. So we needed additional funding for that. So the need is great. not to mention our senior citizens. We need help for our senior citizens. And folks, a lot of us are getting older, and if we're fortunate enough and we're blessed enough, we might just become a senior citizen one of these days ourselves. And of course, I'm at that point now. Thank God. I'm hoping I won't have to seek the need of any financial assistance, but you never know where you might be 10, 15, 20 years from now. So let us consider the needs of others and not be selfish. Let's consider the needs of South Carolinians who are in need of state funding, local funding, as well as federal funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. Question is adoption amendment 10. Mr. Fry moves to table amendment 10. Mr. Taylor requests a roll call. And Mr. King, would you like to second that? It appears that you would. The 9 members second. 9 members do. Question is adoption amendment 10. Question is table amendment 10. Table amendment 10. Roll call is required. Voting on the board. It's order. If all members wishing to vote, voted. If all members wishing to vote, voted. My chairman. If all members wishing to vote, voted. Any objection to closing roll call? Okay, we'll just leave it open. Time has expired. Clerk, close the polls, tabulate. Vote of 68 to 50. Amendment 10 is tabled. Clerk will read.
Amendment number 11. Amendment number 11, Mr. King and Ms. Brawley.
Let me get some order, Mr. King. Mr. King is recognized on amendment number 11.
This is just thank you, Mr. Speaker. This right here is just a cleanup amendment to make sure that we're ensuring that the 13th, 14th, 15th, or 19th Amendment and the Bill of Rights is not affected with our vote for Convention of State. This is just put it in Section A of the resolution. So this is just to cover, to ensure that the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendment that we voted on early is in both sections to ensure that the Bill of Rights are not messed with during a convening of the Convention of States. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer that. And this should not be a hard vote. We've already voted on this. This is just to ensure that 13th, 14th, 19th Amendment are not affected during the Convention of States.
Mr. King moves passage of Amendment 11. Mr. Taylor moves to table. Mr. King requests a roll call. The 9 members second. 9 members do. Roll call is required. Voting on the board's order. The question is tabling Amendment 11. If all members wishing to vote voted. If all members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing the roll call? Any objection to closing the roll call? Hearing none, clerk close the polls, tabulate. Vote of 68-43, Amendment 11 is tabled. Clerk will read.
No further amendments to House Bill 3205.
Mr. McKnight is recognized to speak on House Bill 3205. Mr. McKnight. Mr. King, do you have a motion, sir? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Mr. King moves to adjourn. Mr. Hyatt requests a roll call. The 9 members second. 9 members do. The question before us is adjourning for the day. Vote green to adjourn, red to remain. If all members wishing to vote voted. Any objection to closing the roll call? Any objection? Hearing none, the clerk will close the polls and tabulate. By a vote of 40-75, the House declines to adjourn for the day. Mr. McKnight is recognized on the bill as amended. Let me get some order, Mr. McKnight. Ladies and gentlemen, just for your scheduling purposes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wishing to speak on the bill. If we can keep order today, as the speaker said, we'll move as rapidly as possible while recognizing everybody's right to be heard and for everyone to hear. And so with this, Sergeant, if you would help us, Ms. McKnight is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the General Assembly, good afternoon. When I was in the 6th grade in my English book, there was a quote that I saw, and it was an anonymous quote, but it was a good quote, and I remembered it all these years. The quote says, "The road saved." I've heard from a lot of people with regard to this bill, with regard to the Constitutional Convention, and a lot of them are very good people, very fine people, and I think that they mean well. But I don't think that they fully grasp the seriousness of what it is we are endeavoring to do here today. I don't think that they or many of you have bothered to take the time to read Article 5 of the United States Constitution and glean from it its plain meaning. One of the things that we learn in law school, and fortunately for me this day I was paying attention, that you must look at the plain text of the law to first glean its meaning, not what you want it to be, not what you think it is, or how you feel it should be, but what it is. So it says the Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to the Constitution, or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes. Be valid to all intents and purposes. To be valid for all intents and purposes. As part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article, and that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Shall be valid for all intents and purposes. There's been a great effort in this body by several people to amend what it is this law that we propose, so that we can somehow limit the scope of the Constitutional Convention. You cannot limit the scope of the Constitutional Convention. To do so is unconstitutional, plain and simple. So your good intentions still put us on the road to hell. What's along the road to hell, Representative McKnight? Because I hear people say that they want to limit the government. Sounds good, but we could limit the government by cutting down the number of Supreme Court justices. We could limit the government by somehow diminishing the number of delegates or representatives that we have in Congress. We could limit the government by amending the Constitution that takes away the provision that says that all states may have a representative form of government. I hear that they want to limit fiscal spending. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good intention. We're spending a lot of money. But what if we stop spending money on the things that South Carolinians seem to need so bad? What if they suddenly decide that we're not going to send any more money for Medicare and Medicaid? You know, the things that all of our citizens, black and white, need so much to combat the illnesses that we lead the nation in, whether it be emphysema, lung cancer, kidney failure, and the rest from what I dare say a liberal lifestyle. So you have to ask yourself, what door are you opening? What is it that you are going to allow to do? Because I can tell you that that nice language we just put in there that says that our delegates have to come back is unconstitutional. The language that we put in there that says that we can do only certain things is unconstitutional. You means, don't you? That means it's not legal, against the law, verboten, forbidden. You cannot do it. So Ladies and gentlemen, what you seek to do, these good intentions that you may have, are going to lead us down a path of folly. And it's been mentioned. Well, what if they decide to get rid of the Electoral College? Me personally, I think it should go. It's being abused as it is right now. So then what are you going to do when California and New York decide who the president is every time? How will you feel then? I mean, if you're comfortable with Caitlyn Jenner, that's fine too. But I'm just saying, what are you going to do? What will you do? What will you decide? How will you feel then? Because then, oh, I guess you'll be back here for another constitutional convention that we're not going to be able to have. You cannot limit the scope of the Constitutional Convention. Everything is on the table. The Bill of Rights, the Second Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, the amendment that gets rid of prohibition, known as the Caskey Amendment, that's gone too. Micah Caskey, that's known as the Micah Caskey Amendment, the one that takes away prohibition, his favorite amendment. So what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, tongue in cheek, just to shout out to my friend Micah Caskey, good lawyer, good man. But what I'm telling you is that you're now going to allow, what are we going to end up with? What kind of government are we going to end up with? Are we then going to not be the United States of America anymore? Because what we get, once we limit it, you're not going to like it. And I know everybody says, oh my goodness, it'll take 3/4 of the states to ratify this. Let me tell you a story. Well, I'll give you a quick quiz. The United States Constitution was not the first governing document of the United States. It was the Articles of Confederation. And we had a convention because they weren't working. And they were supposed to go and amend it. But what did they do? They threw out the Articles of Confederation. I'm not suggesting you at all that the Constitution, that I do not want the United States Constitution, but I do. But I'm saying that to illustrate the point. It's possible because you cannot limit the scope of the convention based on its text. That's not what I want it to be. That's what it says in the United States Constitution, word for word. So you say things that if you want to put the Second Amendment up, put it in jeopardy, fine. If you want to sacrifice the First Amendment, fine. But just know what you do today. And I know we've had some spirited discussions about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. They mean a lot to me for obvious reasons. I'm not comfortable entertaining the idea of leaving and going to Canada. I kind of like it here. So what I'm telling you all is to think about what you do, because once this train leaves the station, you're stuck. And I want you to understand, what if certain states go blue in between the time of now and the time we have this constitutional convention? Think Georgia's already blue. Texas is next. Uh-oh. We didn't think of that. Thunk. I said what I meant and meant what I said. We didn't think of that. So now, has the playing field shifted because everyone has been hoping or not seeing the fact that the playing field is shifting. So if Texas goes blue and that delegate count changes and Florida becomes not so purple, but it starts to go blue, because I know you all feel like we've got Florida in the bag, DeSantis, but you could end up with Governor Christ. And oh, that's right. Thank you, my dear colleagues sitting here. Arizona's on the way. What do you do then? Don't look at me. If we're alive to see it, and I'm in my old age, my dotage as we call it, I'm going to sit here and say, as I click my teeth in my head, I told you so. Do not risk what we have. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But the United States Constitution and the United States representative form of government is the best form of government that has ever been invented in the history of the world. We do it right. I'm proud of that fact. And let me just say this. The United States Constitution isn't the Constitution we should be amending. It's the South Carolina State Constitution we need to start out at. And the first place where we need to start is getting rid of this minimally adequate education. A minimally adequate education that has my kids in my district in schools, in trailers that have holes in the floor. A minimally adequate education that renders my high school unusable as a hurricane shelter due to rat infestation. A minimally adequate education that we know limits us economically. You've heard the statement, you've heard the South Carolina Chamber of Commerce tell you that you cannot make South Carolina any more business friendly. You can't tax, you can't give them any more tax breaks, can't do anything. You know what they need? They need educated people. Because Boeing's tired of having to import people from Ohio and Washington State. You can't get people. So, where's your fixation on that? No, we've got these lofty deals and these patriotic streaks and our blood's boiling because we just got to fix what we got. We have term limits, ladies and gentlemen. They're called elections. You don't like the person in office, run somebody better and get rid of them. That's what primaries are for. That's what elections are for, but you're too scared. What we do is we make ourselves safe. We gerrymander our districts to get this certain little mix where everybody's safe. Won't step up to the plate and, run on these things of ideals, hard work, compassion, and winning the hearts and minds of voters. No, we just want to draw our district safe and just keep the status quo and go on. Don't get me wrong. I like being up here. I enjoy being a legislator, but it's not about what I like and it's not about me. It's about the well-being of the people that I represent and the state of South Carolina. To echo the sentiments of my colleague, John King, we have done nothing this year. Nothing. Yet another class of seniors graduates from high schools in South Carolina unprepared for the world. Yet another year of students are going to go out into the world and get smacked dead in the face for our failures. And when they go out, fail, do things wrong, end up violating the law, we're here to condemn them, lock them up, and talk about how lazy they are. It's the wrong Constitution you're focused on. It's the South Carolina Constitution that you need to focus on, because that affects our lives here every single day that we don't do what we're supposed to do about education and access to opportunity here in South Carolina. It's time to stop playing these games. It's time to stop with the semantics. It's time for us to be serious legislators and tackle the people's problems. Stop sweeping things under the rug. It's not getting any better. It's a cancer that we are not facing, and the only thing it's doing is metastasizing, and it's spreading. And those inadequacies that we don't take care of affect us all. I know most of your children are going to graduate from a fine high school, especially the ones in York County. But guess what? They still graduated high school in a state that's 49th in education. And beyond the borders of the diamond of the South, South Carolina, what good is that? How are we ever going to compete with everybody else around us if we don't take care of education? I'm tired of North Carolina and Georgia running circles around us. I'm tired of seeing Tennessee do wonderful things. I'm tired of losing to Alabama and Alabama. You ever been to Mississippi? And I ain't talking about Biloxi. I'm talking about Mississippi. And we're losing to them in 2021. Why? Because we focused on the Convention of States. It's a sugar high. It's a fraud. It's foolishness. It's tomfoolery. It is a waste of time, effort, and energy. The great minds in this room should have been fixated on how to figure out how to get these rural schools local teachers. The great minds in this room, rather than worrying about this pie in the sky theory of bringing back a constitutional convention, should have been fixated on our roads. Yeah, I know we passed the gas tax and it's getting there, but it's still bad. It's still not where there's tons of us to do. When we still haven't dealt with Santee Cooper yet. Santee Cooper, the one thing that brought rural South Carolina out of the dark. There was no electricity in Williamsburg County until Santee Cooper came along. I know, my father told me about it. He told me the first day he had electricity in his house, because it was the only house on the road that had it. And here it is, the thing that brought us into the modern age, we won't fix. Why? Because we over here trying to play George Washington, Patrick Henry, and Benjamin Franklin. You know, just, we got to shrink the size of government. Yeah. The other things that we don't take care of, you know, like DSS. When I first got here, I took a tour of the DSS office at Richland County, and I took it with a few of you from counties that had more to do. Do you know that we discovered that the computers they were using there were still using MS-DOS as an operating system? MS-DOS that I used in high school in 91 and 92. How many years ago that was? I like to think it's 10, but now it's approaching 30. Thank you, Finley, for making me feel old. Thank you. So what I'm telling you is, those are fixes. Those are things that we need to take care of. Urgent matters. But this is the forefront. Why? So those people with the pretty shirts and the banners can go out and say, oh, we got it. As they drive home and dodge potholes and go back, and they go home to their kids with the raggedy schools and old school books. They got it. And no broadband. I know what you're going to do. Your minds are made up. Y'all just waiting for us to sit down and be quiet so you can vote and go home. But I want you to know that I told you. I want you to know what William Wilberforce always says. You may choose to look away, but you can never again say that you didn't know. So go ahead, pass this unconstitutional bill. I see someone has a hand. Do you want to ask me a question, Mr. Hill?
Mr. Hill is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. McKnight, for taking my question. I thought your initial point was very interesting and well stated, and I want to return to that for a minute. And just to reiterate, I believe you were saying that the shall be valid to all intents and purposes clause of Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution is a direct prohibition against what this resolution seeks to do in restricting the subject matter domain of, any constitution that the Congress would then call. Did I understand your argument correctly?
That's completely accurate, Mr. Hill. Yes, sir.
And I thought that was a very apropos point. And Mr. McKnight, I'm really grateful. I was hoping that someone would actually put up the text of Article 5 itself, which I think is important for us to return to at a point in time like this. You also brought up a point about prohibition, how prohibition was first enacted and then eventually repealed via the amendment process. And I want to remind you and remind this body, Mr. McKnight, were you aware that Article 5 also includes language in here, and I quote, it says that let's see, find the right portion. It's basically saying that here it is, as the mode or the other mode of ratification. As you know, there are two methods of ratification. You can either have a popular vote to ratify an amendment, or the legislatures can get together and ratify it. That would be us. But Congress gets to decide, according to Article 5, according to the plain text of Article 5, Congress gets to decide one or the other. As you know, Mr. McKnight, there is a difference in what the people of a state will vote to ratify versus what their legislators will vote to ratify. And if anybody doubts that, simply look at the subject matters passed in numerous states, from most notably marijuana-related, ballot initiatives that have passed in state after state after state after their legislatures refused to take up the matter. My point here is that when prohibition was ended, as I recall, the state of Utah was the last state that was holding out on ratifying that issue. And what did Congress do in order to get around that? The people of Utah, if I'm remembering my history lesson here correctly, I believe it was the people of Utah that would not ratify an amendment to end prohibition. And so Congress decided to have the legislators do the job, which they did, and the rest is history. Now, Mr. McKnight, I bring that up because did you know that some that advocate for a convention of states argue that it is a very, very high bar to get an amendment ratified? And yet, did you know, Mr. McKnight, that I have not heard one advocate for an Article 5 convention or convention of states even address the argument that I just gave you, that Congress within Article 5 plainly has the ability and has used the ability to stipulate the means of ratification in order to pass or avoid passing an amendment that Congress does or does not like. Did you know that, Mr. McKnight?
I did know that, and I think that you illustrate a very poignant fact that what people want or are hoping for, is not necessarily provided for under the auspices of this article, and that potentially, depending on the makeup of Congress, this could be decided a very different way. And who knows where we will be politically when this finally is ratified. As I illustrated before, Texas isn't a guarantee anymore, nor is Arizona, and Georgia is bluer by the day. So then what will you do when you have a Congress that decides to do it a different way, that just throws it to the legislatures? What do you do then? I see your point wholeheartedly, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
So I'll just again say that we need to be very careful about what we do, because once this train leaves the station, it's gone. And the ramifications of it will be something that we will live for years beyond the time that we all go see our maker. So I'm telling you, I'm imploring you to not pass this bill. I appreciate the efforts of its lead sponsor, Mr. Taylor. He's a good person, good man, fine South Carolinian, fine American. I just happen to disagree with him on this issue. And I don't think that he has viewed this issue in the light that I have. And I'm just telling you, like the bill says in its clear language, you cannot limit the purpose of the convention. Again, it says shall be valid for all intents and purposes. And any Supreme Court, and the way any Supreme Court justices we have now, as conservative as the court is, they're going to look first to the plain meaning of the text. That is where you start. In layman's terms, what do the law say? And if it's plain in its meaning, that's the actual application of the law. So if we begin to litigate this matter, if someone decides we're going to challenge Congress's actions of having this constitutional convention, when they say we're going to limit the scope of it, and it's a hold on, no, you can't. The first thing they're going to do is point to the article itself for all intents and purposes. So please reconsider what you're doing today. This doesn't have to be done. And let's get serious about taking care of what's important in South Carolina, where we look to fixing South Carolina first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Simrose, for what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
Mr. Simrose moves the previous question. Mr. Taylor requests a roll call to 9-member second. 9 members do. Question is, shall we invoke the previous question, i.e. cloture? If it is in fact invoked, I will explain the details after that. The roll call is required, voting on the board's order. Have all members wishing to vote voted? Have all members wishing to vote voted? Any objection to closing roll call? Any objection to closing the roll call? Hearing none, clerk close polls and tabulate. By 73 to 42, the House hasn't voted the previous question. Gentlemen, I know some of you through this before. I'm going to explain exactly where we're at in these circumstances, if I can have your attention. The House has invoked cloture. Under cloture, the clerk's staff cannot accept any more amendments. We have no more amendments on the desk, so we're now fully on the bill. Proponents get 60 minutes on the bill, and opponents get 60 minutes on the bill, with no member speaking more than 10 minutes. The clerk will keep track of the time periods, and each member before speaking must inform the desk as to whether they are speaking in favor of the proposition or against it. I have a list that was provided as we've built going through this debate on members that wish to speak. I will keep that list in that order that I have before me. If you have not given me your name, if you want to speak, please let me know. So at this time, I will recognize Mr. McCravy. Mr. McCravy, are you speaking for or against? Mr. McCravy is recognized to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To me, this is an important issue that I feel like I must explain my vote.
Mr. Williams, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Don't count that time.
Mr. McCravy says don't burn his time up. Okay, Sergeant, if you can, if we can clear the aisles, members that have conversations, take them to the corners of the back of the room. Again, we want to be respectful. Each member has 10 minutes to be heard. We want to give them opportunity, and we want people that we seem to have more difficulty up front than anywhere, people being able to hear. And so again, if we could take our seats, and Mr. McCravy will be recognized for his 10 minutes. I hear somebody. Mr. King, yes, sir. What purpose do you rise?
Seeing that everybody is not here for this most important debate, I would like to invoke Rule 3.9.
We're going to break out 3.9, Mr. King.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, let me have order, please. Mr. Hill is requesting to invoke Rule 3.9. The other Mr. King, I apologize, Mr. Hill. Mr. King is, let me start over. Mr. King has moved to invoke Rule 3.9. A single member may invoke the rule. No vote is required to invoke the rule. And so a member may invoke it by himself. That's what Mr. King has done. I will now order a roll call, quorum call attendance vote to determine if a quorum of the members are present. So we are now in the roll call. All members, please record your presence. Have all members recorded their presence? Have all members recorded their presence? Miss Allison, please record your presence. I want to take this time to apologize to Mr. Hill and Mr. King. I'll leave it at that. Time has expired in the roll call, and we do have a quorum present. Mr. Simrell, for what purpose do you move, or what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to rescind Rule 3.9.
All in favor of rescinding 3.9 signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. 3.9 has been rescinded. We're now in the cloture period. And again, Mr. McCravy, I think your 10 minutes probably enough. Mr. McCravy, we're back on the bill. Let me get some order again. Sergeant, members, if you got conversations, please take them to the side. We have a number of members wishing to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McCravy is recognized for 17 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm kidding, Mr. McCravy. You're recognized.
I know. All right. So, I want to say to start with that I agree with the substance of the bill. I agree with limiting the power of the federal government. I agree with requiring the federal government to balance the budget. I don't have a problem with that. I agree with limiting terms for Congress. I'm good with that. And I want to say, first of all, that I do understand and respect Representative Taylor's tireless zeal to see that South Carolina stands for these principles. And, I even like his pushback agenda, and I've supported a lot of that and signed on to those bills. And I think and I think the people watching know that I'm one of the most socially and fiscally conservative persons in this body. And I understand that the people that came here today have the right motives, the people that held up the signs that were mentioned. And I tell you what they're concerned about. They're worried about our country, and they're looking for a solution to the problems that we have. And I respect that because I am too. And I also believe in our U.S. Constitution. I don't want to change our Constitution because it stood the test of time and was written by some of the greatest thinkers that ever lived. Our Constitution, to me, is like the oldest house on the block. It's had to be added on to several times. It's had renovations. We initially had to add on to it big time with the Bill of Rights. But, it's still the best house on the block. And so, yes, it's been necessary to amend the Constitution from time to time, and that was built into our Constitution. The way we've always done it for the last 230 years is by a 2/3 majority of both the Senate and the House, and then it's ratified by 38 states. That's the way it's supposed to be done. And here's the important part. We have never in our history ever used a national constitutional convention to change our convention. And why is that? Why have we never used it in 230 years? It's because a national convention of states is only appropriate when we're going to rewrite the entire Constitution. It cannot be controlled in scope, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. At such a convention, any amendments may be proposed. If you look on the board there on the third line, the plural amendments is there. It's there for a reason. And no matter what all the arguments have been made, you can't take that S off of amendment. It's there for a reason. So it cannot be controlled in scope. Any amendments can be proposed at a convention like this, and there's nothing to limit it. And it's been said many times that you can't limit it, but I'm just going to say it again. Don't fool yourself into thinking that if we have a constitutional convention, that it'll just be about a couple of conservative amendments. Oh no, it can't be limited. Plain meaning of Article that. And what's the proof of that? We have constitutional scholars on both sides of this argument, but the proof to me is the last time we had a constitutional convention like this was when? It was when we had the Articles of Confederation that were being considered, and we were supposed to go into the Articles of Confederation just talking about a very small amendment to it. And what happened? We threw out the entire Articles of Confederation, and we ended up with our convention. So that's proof that this convention will be different than what a lot of these people are thinking. So let's think about what it looks like. What would it look like? Well, first, each state would presumably send delegates, but who are these delegates? We don't know. We couldn't answer that question this morning because nobody knows. Some scholars say Congress will elect them. Some scholars say Congress will probably elect themselves as delegates. And so can you imagine, we could be looking at a convention composed, and this is my fear, of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer running things, making the rules of the convention. No, sir, this is not what I want. And I think with the craziness we have in Washington right now, we just don't need to risk this. So the men in Congress, the women in Congress, to me, are a far cry from the way our Congress was composed in the beginning and our Constitutional Convention was composed from the start. You know, the elephant in the room is whether a convention could result in unintended change to the treasured Constitution. And, you know, it reminds me, it's kind of like Greg Delaney was one of my mentors here. He was one of the few people that was older than I am that was here. And I respected his legal opinions on a lot of things. And he gave me permission today to use his name as opposing this convention. And he's a well-studied man, and he opposed it for a good reason. So this is a very important time. What could happen at the convention for you conservatives out there? It's been well described by the left-wing writers already as to what they want to do at our Constitutional Convention. In a progressive call for the Constitutional Convention, Roy Ulrich, a lecturer in the political science department at the University of California, Berkeley, set forth his agenda for the left at such a convention. As for the issues progressive might want to consider: overturn Citizens United, eliminate the Electoral College, replace it with popular vote for president, expand the number of House members, establish regular and periodic Article 5 conventions, maybe every 25 years, so we can change the Constitution as we need to, establish a federal right to vote with federal laws on voting, no more state votes, state rights on voting, establish a federal right to privacy and a federal right to abortion in the Constitution, an affirmative right to food, we could have that, health care, shelter, mandate nonpartisan redistricting for the House of Representatives. This is what the left has planned for this agenda. Establish 25-year terms for the U.S. Supreme Court. Eliminate or rein in the filibuster in the Senate. Adopt the Equal Rights Amendment. Amend Article 5 from 3/4 to 2/3 ratification. He posed all kind of things to do. But, you know, conservatives are suspicious about the origin of this movement. The Democrats were the first ones to call for a constitutional convention in our state. During Jimmy Carter's reign, we had this body, a Democrat body, passed a balanced budget amendment to the Constitution and called for a constitutional convention. Y'all don't know that, probably a lot of you don't, in 1976. Well, when did we repeal that? By resolution. In 2004, this body, Mike Pitts, introduced the resolution, and we repealed that request for a convention, And let me just tell you what they said in this resolution. A Republican body repealed this. The General Assembly of the State of South Carolina, with the best of intentions, at various times has made applications to Congress to call one or more conventions. And this goes on. Whereas former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, Warren Burger, and other leading constitutional scholars agree that a convention may propose sweeping changes to the Constitution. Any limitations or restrictions purportedly imposed by the states in applying for such a convention, thereby creating an imminent peril. This body passed this, an imminent peril to the well-established rights of the citizens and duties. Whereas the Constitution of the United States of America has been amended many times in history of this nation and may be amended many more times without the need to resort to a constitutional convention.
Mr. Crabbe, I'm sorry, sir, that is your time limit. Mr. Bamberg's recognized.
All right, sir. I had one more sentence, and I was kind of interrupted.
I know I
in the
tried,
beginning.
and my legal advisor told me the rules is the rules. So
all right, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Bamberg recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm speaking against. I'll make this quicker than 10 minutes that I'm afforded under the rules of cloture. This body's been here before. The South Carolina House of Representatives or General Assembly years ago had actually passed a joint resolution calling for, the Convention of States, and then they rescinded it. And I cannot for the life of me see what's actually changed. I'm not going to read this resolution, but you're free to look it up. It passed. They backed out. I want to leave you with former Chief Justice Warren Burger's words in 1988. He said, "There's no way to effectively limit or muzzle the actions of a constitutional convention. The convention could make its own rules and set its own agenda. Congress might try to limit the convention to one amendment or one issue, but there is no way to assure that the convention would obey. After a convention is convened, it will be too late to stop the convention if we don't like its agenda." And the list of problems goes on and on and on. But what I'm here to do today is offer solutions. So I would ask that the body vote against Convention of States, and let's start looking at something that might reasonably position the state of South Carolina in a place where we are not as reliant on the federal government. I would start by pointing out, again, 1/3 of the state's budget comes from the feds. Let's look to Nevada. And we've had this discussion with regards to gaming in the state of South Carolina and what it means. And at present, as we tell the federal government, you're getting too big, you're overreaching, you are restricting the rights of citizens too much, and we need to check you. The state of South Carolina has a monopoly over the gaming industry, and it's called the South Carolina Education Lottery. Warren Buffett himself has pointed out that your odds of winning in the stock market or gambling is better than your odds of winning in state education lotteries. But let's look to Nevada. Fiscal year 2020, their tax revenues within their state's general fund reached $3.8 billion. Of that, the hospitality industry accounted for over $1.3 billion, or roughly 35% of their total. When you add in gaming taxes, I believe that number was around $622.9 million. Along with the hotel casino industry and sales and use tax, which generated another $371.7 million. What I'm saying to you is we have viable options. And if you're going to vote for Convention of States and you're going to vote to tell the federal government you're getting too big to get a grip on your spending, time for us to consider something that would at least add an ounce of legitimacy to the politics of this body. Because when we pass this, people get to run out and say, yeah, we told the feds, you got to get a grip on things. let's really look at doing some stuff to help the citizens of the state. And gaming is just one example. I mean, they've looked at the benefit for citizens under Nevada's tax structure. Residents pay very low per capita taxes. The property taxes in Nevada, for example. So, for example, in Bamberg County, where your property taxes are astronomical because that's how you've got to pay for your school facilities, it ain't like that in Nevada because they have the foresight to know that small government means really kind of getting out of people's lives and letting them live, which is what they do, and they reap the benefits of that. Nevada doesn't have a corporate or personal income tax, right? So when we talk about COVID-19 and the crippling effect it had on the economy, as people get back to work, and we're working to make up tax revenue so that we don't have to rely on the federal government even more. I mean, it's bad enough we're number 9 in federal dependency on federal dollars. Who knows? Next year we may be number 5 on the list with the way that this state handles the economy. Let's look at some options that include things like, I don't know, getting rid of personal income tax, getting rid of corporate income tax. What would that do for the citizens of this state? So not only could we release ourselves from the grasp of the federal government, we're South Carolina, in passing this, we're kind of like that kid. You know, you're 21, you're technically grown, but you rely on your parents for 1/3 of your rent money. And your parents kind of give you some instruction and you say, Mom, Dad, I'm grown. I'm not going to listen to you. I don't like the rules you have in place. When you rely on them for 1/3 of your rent money, sometimes when you are that dependent on an adult or your parent, or in this case, the federal government, sometimes you got to know your place. There isn't a single parent in here who would let a 21-year-old that you still paid their bills stick their finger in your eye. But we're that 21-year-old. We rely on 1/3 of our rent due to the citizens of this state. We rely on the feds to pay it, and then we're going to pass something telling them to get their finances in order and give them rules. And let's not even get into all of the constitutional issues and things that are pointed out by people who are a heck of a lot smarter and greater legal minds than me, like United States Supreme Court justices. But we can look at these things. Might be time to have that marijuana talk. Representative Hill, I know there are a lot of marijuana bills that have been filed in this state. But do we really want to get out from under the grip of the federal government, or do we just want to talk about it and pretend because it sounds good? If you look at states, fiscal year 2020, actual revenue, Alaska 24 million, California $474,100,000, Colorado 307 million, Illinois 34 million, Massachusetts 51 million, Nevada. The list goes on and on and on. The anticipated rough estimate for what going that direction would do for this state is in excess of $100 million. That's $100 million less that we gotta pucker up to the federal government for. And if we want to help get federal spending in check, we've got to figure out as a state, how can we position our state to not become and not be, as we have been for years, such a financial burden on the United States of America's federal government? Because if you're in the top 10 of dependency, you are a burden on the United States government. And I just can't believe we have the audacity to pass something saying we need an article so that the United States can get their fiscal affairs in order and stop spending so much money. I mean, what would we do If we do this and the governor signs it and the feds say, all right, and the feds turn into that parent that cuts off their child's credit card. Thank you.
Mr. King's recognized for his 10 minutes. Mr. King's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. King, I assume you're still against. Okay, the clerk need to keep up with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't surprise me that in this chamber, people are afraid to allow you to speak without making motions to limit the ability of members to speak. And then afterwards, Mr. Speaker, they clear the room. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, it is disheartening if this is so important to them. So instead of speaking about the bill and listening to us and coming up here and speaking themselves, they choose to leave. But what I'm gonna speak to Democrats in this room who on many occasions since I've been here the last 12 years have been subject to this type of tactic. Now, you have an opportunity when they need us for a 2/3 vote to not vote with them, no matter how important it is, because to us, being able to come here and speak freely, it is important to us. And if you all allow them to come up here year after year and day after day, stop you from speaking, limit your time for speaking, and then give them 2/3 votes, shame on you. Shame on you. They come here because Mr. Hill and myself decided that enough was enough, and we wanted to hear the bills read because so much comes across the desk so fast, they changed the rule. Wake up. Democrats, I'm talking to you in this room because we're not getting anything passed. And we are sitting here fighting every day for common people, everyday working people. And then we're limited to 10 minutes to speak. But if it's so important to them, why aren't they open to spirited debate? You know why? Because they don't care about what we have to say. Only time you matter is when it comes down to a 2/3 vote and you give it to them. We just did sign and die. It took 2/3 vote. Without any conversation with us, it happened. Now I'm tired of coming to Columbia every day with this craziness stuff going on. And then when we get up here to debate, they want to cut it off. And then when you request debate on bills, they want to run around and ask you to take your names off the bill. Democrats, wake up. When you use the rules against them, they get mad. Wake up, Democrats. Because we're going to continue to be in minority if we don't start doing what the people sent us down here to do. And that's to fight for them. They don't care about us passing bills because they're getting what they need. Only thing we have in our pocket is when they need us for a 2/3 vote. And we give it to them every time. You can agree with me or disagree. I don't care. I came here to represent the people of District 49, and I'm being startled from doing that. When I don't have the opportunity to freely express and debate the bill like we debate anything else. Now, if you were in agreement with them, they would have never stopped the time on us. But when you're talking about, let's put it on the line. I said put 13, 14, 15, and 19 in Section 8 because they know that the other section didn't mean anything, and they don't care about the safety of black folk in this country. And women sitting in this room voting for it, shame on you. You're opening up a constitution that could hurt each one of us. And if you cared about your colleagues who are black in this room, you wouldn't have voted for it. And don't holler about, I'm hollering about race. It's a reality. Those are the civil rights amendments to the Constitution that freed my people who built this country. Yeah, I'm upset because you've shown who you are. Democrats, wake up. Don't run to me and tell me to object to stuff and hide your hand. You're going to start doing it. And then I'll become the bad guy in here. No, we're going to all work together as a team. And when they need 2/3 vote, don't give it to them. I don't care how bad it is. One of the lobbyists just called me out and told me it's about something in my district. I told her I had something important in here. I got to save black folk from being put in slavery. Affordable housing, we won't need it because we're going to be back on the fields. Y'all can sit here and laugh and think I'm joking. This is real to me. I've heard the stories in my family and in my household of how my people were treated. You don't have that reality, but I do. Democrats, it's our time to shine and stand up. Because let me tell you about the Republicans, they stick together. We're the ones that give them the 2/3 votes that they need. And I'm asking you all, okay, how important it is. We got to start letting them feel it the way we feel when we go back into our districts. And until we start doing that, they're not going to respect us around here. They're not going to respect what we are about in this room. And I guarantee you, when we get off this bill, we'll be back here tomorrow hitting all the Senate bills when they ain't did nothing for none of us in this room. We already know this is going to pass because that's their mentality in this room, to shut you out because they know they have their votes. But the mentality of the Democratic Party moving forward is that we got to be lockstep and we can't give them anything moving forward. And I don't care who get mad at me about it, because the only way we're going to get something in this room is for us to stick together. And I'm saying it open so you know where we're coming from. When the governor vetoed stuff, or when you won't sign and die next year, we ain't gonna forget, because I'm not gonna let my caucus forget. You're gonna have conversations with us. Yeah, we have a leader, and I'm gonna respect my leader. But when my leader don't bring it to us, we ain't coming in here voting for it no more. This is a hard one right here. Out of all the bills that you all have passed, when you're talking about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment being jeopardized, my freedom, I have issue with that. And you sit here and tell me you're my friend and you're voting for something like this? That means you care nothing about the people for me who were raped, who was beaten, who wasn't allowed to have an education, who was considered chattel, property. And you think this isn't serious to me? You out of your mind. And I don't care if you're upset with me today, because you know what? I'm a black man living in America, and I know my history. It's the obvious, yes. You don't want to teach our history in its entirety, without any recreation in your mind of what it is, to tell the truth, because it's dirty, and you know it is.
That's your 10 minutes, Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Ms. Govan's recognized. Ms. Govan, you be for or against, sir?
I'm against.
Ms. Govan will be against. Mr. Govan, you're recognized, sir, for your 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. You know, when I came to this body some 27 years ago, I came up here to make a difference. Came up here to make a difference, along with a bright-eyed group of freshmen, to bring about change in South Carolina. But those steps in terms of trying to make a difference didn't start with running for elected office. It came from a culmination of experiences as a small child growing up in a place called Orangeburg in Roseville, South Carolina. A child of the late 50s, born to Jerry and Roberta Govan, 1958. Now, I share that with you tonight because there are only a few of us in this body who can talk about years going back that far. And I mentioned about making a difference because those of us who were born during that era grew up in a very different South Carolina. Or so I thought. So I thought, Mr. Clyburn. So I thought, Ms. Hennigan. Because back then there was something called segregation. And we struggled in a state in which we paid taxes, Mr. Gilliard, in which our parents struggled, and a lot of them only for the first time, particularly in terms of women, had a right to vote. Mr. Clyburn, you remember something called Jim Crow? You see, you know, Ms. Hennigan and I were in a conference call the other day talking about voter suppression, and basically when you look at it and you think about those amendments that you just heard, because I know that folk in the back just say, oh, they just run their mouth. But the impetus behind those amendments came about as a result of African Americans for the first time being allowed, or African American males being allowed the right to vote and not being counted as chattel. You see, we've never really come to grips with the history of this country. And so when we hear this debate over this Convention of States and the ramifications of it, and folk just kind of pass it on or pass off on it as, oh, it's nothing to it. We're just talking about, we just want to make America great again. Well, America has always been an experiment in democracy and progress. We've had to take maybe a step back
But it bothers me, and I didn't want to say anything, but it bothers me when I sit and look at this body and think about during the years and the struggle that we went through in our hopes and dreams and aspirations that this country would become better. To see at this point, with all the education and the opportunity for blacks and whites to come together, with our children being able to go to school together, that we would have a better sensitivity, understanding, and respect for one another. And that's why I got up. My colleagues have said enough. I'm not going to give you a history lesson, but it bothers me because we should know better, Ms. Brawley. We've been there and done that. I grew up in the Cold War era, in which while we were trying to improve ourselves because we knew we had faults because of the way we treated one another, that the real enemy was communism. Nikita Khrushchev and the others saying, we will better you, America. The threat of nuclear war from folk who didn't believe that this democracy could stand. I can imagine what the Chinese and Russian leadership are saying right now. Look at those Americans and how hypocritical they are. America's demise will not come from without. But what bothers and troubles me as an African American is that it's going to come from within. Because we can't seem to get along. How can we let one man tell us about being great who has no integrity, no morals, and no respect, not even for this very Constitution that you're talking about here today? And we're following behind this foolishness like Pied Piper, listening, the little mice just running behind. This foolishness, because that's exactly what it is. No, this is not a perfect country. But this experience, called a democracy, is the best thing, the best opportunity. It has been so important that generations from all races, creeds, and colors have sent their blood and treasure to die for this country. And my people are no exception. Going back to the Revolutionary War that you talk about your founding fathers, African Americans put their lives on the line. We're talking about from the American Revolution to the War of 1812, to the Spanish-American War, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, Afghanistan, Korea, Vietnam. Wars that we put our lives on the line. Some of us having children that wear the uniform today. The same country, when after dying or being hurt and harmed, we got Mr. Hosey there, Purple Heart. But yet still, when they walk back on the shores of this very land that they took a sworn oath to defend and protect, that they didn't have the same civil rights because of the color of their skin. But yet still, we serve and believe. You know, when we started the Black History program in this body a couple of years ago, and we started talking about the African Americans who Reconstruction, there was a reason for that. And that reason was because we all have brought and contributed to this state.
even when perhaps this state didn't deserve it. We all sacrificed with service, and we wanted the young people coming up here to know that this educational system that the state has, public education, was started with the African American majority in this very same body. Matter of fact, South Carolina was the first state to have a majority African American General Assembly during the Reconstruction period. We didn't just show up here and a few years ago. Been here, done that. We've always served and strove to provide an opportunity, a fair and equal opportunity for all, even though we weren't treated fairly. And so it shames me.
Mr. Govan, that's 10 minutes, sir. Mr. Taylor is recognized for 10 minutes. Ms. Taylor, is it fair to assume you will speak in for the bill?
Sir, I think I'll speak for the bill.
Mr. Taylor is recognized to speak for the bill.
I brought my bookwork with me. We've heard a lot today, but I'm speaking in favor of the bill. Almost everyone you've heard so far is speaking in opposition to the bill. I would tell you that this is, in my belief, one of the most important votes you'll ever take. Now, some of you think that's just plain old hyperbole. I get it, but I really do. Because if we stop thinking like Republicans and Democrats, we really can be statesmen and state persons. Because this is about America. This is about not a red and blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. This is about our America. We have a behemoth federal government, one that we can barely imagine, even in my young age. But growing up in the 50s and the 60s, it was never this large. It was just a little federal government. But now it's enormous. Washington is totally out of control. No one's going to deny that. Well, if you do, you're not watching the news. Washington is out of control, completely dysfunctional. We don't have three equal branches of government. They're at war with each other. We have a structural problem, though, and the structural problem is this between the states and the federal government. We states are the parent. We created the federal government. They're the child. Oops, got turned upside down there along the way. And now they are the overarching parent running for everything. You have the power to fix Washington, D.C. You do. You have the power to fix this because the founders gave you that power. You know their intent was to have very strong state legislatures. They respected the cultures of each of the states because they didn't all get along back then at all. They were very prideful of their states. So they wanted the state legislatures to be very powerful, if you want to use the word power, but to be in charge. Because why? We're actually the closest to the real people. We go home at night most nights. In the weekends, we're at home. We see them in the grocery store. They've got our cell phone number. They could come knock on the door. I mean, we're there. Try that with the federal government and see how it's working. Our founders gave us a magnificent document in the Constitution, but now we see partisan warfare. Congress's abysmal rating has 20%. That's up from 10% a few years. 2% of Americans believe that our elections work the way they're supposed to work. Congress is so gridlocked, they can't even pass a bill that would be the good for the safety and welfare of all Americans. They can't get along. There is no bipartisanship. It's no secret people are really unhappy with Washington, D.C. Those career politicians, both Democrats and Republicans, don't have the best interest of the people at heart. They have a lot of self-interest. They will never, ever, ever limit their own power. It's not human nature. Madison wrote about that in Federalist 51. Human nature. People will pull power to themselves, and they've gotten away with it. The founders gave us a device to put a stop onto it because they knew at some point we would get to this. We're there. It's our job to put a stop to it, and we have the ability to do this through Article 5. That was the ripcord in the Constitution. That sacred document. By the way, there's a lot of discussion about, oh, the Constitution, it's so sacred in every word, and we just should live by the Constitution. Well, here it is, this little teeny pamphlet. You all have them, right? Just a little thing. It's not very many pages when you get down to it. That's the Constitution that you think of. See this book? I pulled it off my shelf. It's called Wit and Humor of the Ages. I don't know, I thought it was appropriate. It looked old and stuff, but it has like 700 pages. Guess what? The annotated Constitution of today is just about 5 times the size of this book. The founders, the annotated Constitution, 5 times this size. That's what we live by. So when Congress says, well, we're staying within the Constitution, sure they are. This one times 5. The Supreme Court has written the Constitution and rewritten the Constitution. It doesn't even hardly resemble this. This was supposed to be the limiting document. Remember, a limited federal government. And states' rights were allowed to, we were to have our states' rights, we were to be in charge of our states. And they are, currently, the 50 laboratories. We're not all alike. We're different from North Carolina, we're different from Georgia, and we're certainly different from California. So at this point, 15 states have passed this resolution. I talked earlier about that one top segment. 15 states have passed that. 9 states have passed it in one legislative body. Georgia certainly passed it as one of the 15, but North Carolina, their House passed it last week, just like we hopefully will do this week. It is also pending in 14 more states. We have to get to 34 states, 2/3 of the states. When the federal government is then required, Congress is required just to set the time and the place of that convention. What do constituents think about the idea of a convention of states? Well, we actually did a couple of polls here in South Carolina. One of them, 1,300, both Republicans and Democrats. I was a media researcher. I didn't do the research, but it was broken out with a very good sample across the state in every area. Republicans and Democrats represented, independents. 66% of that sample of 1,300 voters, 66% favored the Convention of States in that approach when it was explained to him. That's 2/3. Only 19% actually objected to it and didn't want it. Washington is drunk with its power. We have the power to stop this. You know, there's something that was discussed earlier in much of this dialogue about how do we control the delegates. All the other states that have done this have come back after they have passed this resolution, so it aggregates with the other states, and done specific legislation, House and Senate, signed by the governor, laying out all the rules for delegates. You know, I'm not a lawyer, some of you are. There is the law of agency, that is common law. And these people, just like your real estate agent, your insurance agent. They can't do things on your behalf that are wrong, right? They can't do it. That's the law of agency. It's the same here. These delegates or commissioners that we would send are our agents. You know, in Indiana, they passed a delegate rules and device about they can call them and they'll be under felony arrest if you don't do what the legislature says. So Mr. Rutherford had some issues about that earlier in the day. I see he's not here now, but we'll write those in to a piece of legislation and we'll debate it here and it'll all be good. Term limits is one of the main issues here. Now, I know that's not too popular among you when we talk about it, but seriously, you know, over 80%, 85% of Americans want term limits on Congress and the federal judiciary. This is the only way we're going to get it. How about a balanced budget amendment? Yeah, they did that. They did us a, you know, back when the balanced budget amendment got to about 33 states in this whole deal, and same deal like this. And guess what? Congress said, oh, no, we'll take care of it. They did us a head fake. They did a phony balanced budget thing because, you know, we're so out of whack today. I think, what, $28 trillion in debt?
Mr. Taylor, that's your time, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope you will consider this and vote for it. Thank you.
Mr. Garvin's recognized. For or against, Mr. Garvin?
Sir?
For or against? Against.
Thank you. No surprise.
Mr. Garvin's recognized.
I only have a minute, 60 seconds in it, forced upon me. I did not seek it. I did not choose it, but I must use it. I must give an account if I abuse it, suffer if I lose it. Only a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. A poem called God's Minute by Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays. We have 3 days left in this legislative session. And for the past couple of hours, really for the past few weeks, but especially the past couple of hours, I've reflected how we've used the minute and the time that we've had throughout this legislative session. How do we use our time here in Columbia at the State House? How do we use the responsibility that each of our constituents gave us when they elected us to come down here? We started off with the heartbeat bill. We went on to electrocutions and firing squads. We talked about constitutional carry and open carry. And now we end on this wonderful note of talking about the Convention of States. So I really ponder, what could we have spent our time talking about that really impacted the lives of South Carolinians? I wonder, could we have spent more time talking about education or talking about the fact that we have yet to expand Medicaid in our state? I wonder, could we have spent our time talking about how we could help folks and make a difference and leave the world better? But yet we spend countless hours and hours and hours and hours and hours debating things that don't make a tangible or meaningful difference in the lives of people in this state. Nearly 250 years ago, it's been nearly 250 years ago since the last Constitutional Convention. The only other constitutional convention was the original one that wrote the current Constitution from scratch. And for those who are history buffs, you know that came after the Articles of Confederation. Many of my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, where this bill passed out 14-8, brought up the point that we would open Pandora's box and that there was a fear of an open-ended process and how that process has never before been used since 1788. Many of my colleagues, Representative McKnight in particular, talked about how we could have amendments that ended slavery, how those amendments could be removed, and amendments that secure the rights of African Americans and citizenship in this country. So this is a real issue for a lot of us. I won't waste my 10 minutes reading the amendment to you, reading the article to you, but I'll talk about why this is bad. So there's an article that talks about how states who have been considering such constitutional conventions, should we really kind of think about it? Let's use an example of the conservative hero, the late Justice Scalia, who said in 2014, "I certainly would not want a constitutional convention." Whoa, who knows what could come out of it? Similarly, former Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, Warren Burger, wrote in 1988, "There is no way to effectively limit or muzzle the actions of a constitutional convention. The convention could make its own rules and set its own agenda. Congress might try to limit the convention to one amendment or one issue, but there is no way to assure that the convention would obey. After a convention is convened, it will be too late to stop the convention if we don't like its agenda." So the nonpartisan Center on Budget and Policy Priorities pointed out a couple of things that I wanted to mention here from this well today. Number one, a convention could write its own rules. Number two, a convention could set its own agenda, possibly influenced by powerful interest groups. Let's look at history with that point. The only other constitutional convention in 1787 went far beyond its mandate. Let's look at history, and it set its own agenda. So what ended up happening is the powerful lobbyists who were well funded, I have no doubt, will try to seek to influence the process and press for changes to this convention. A constitutional convention, according to former Chief Justice Burger, would be a free-for-all for special interest groups. To the next point, a constitutional convention could choose a new ratification process. It could lower the number of states needed to approve the new constitution. It could remove Congress from the approval process. For example, a convention might remove the states from the approval process entirely and propose a national referendum instead. Again, we're opening Pandora's box. No other body, including the courts, has clear authority over a convention. Now, I know that the deal is done. I know that this is already baked in, and that the votes are probably already here. But I encourage you that we should really think hard about the pushback agenda and figure out how to push forward. How do we push our state forward? How do we improve lives? And you know what? The pushback agenda is just that, the pushback agenda. And it's time for South Carolina to push forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tedder is recognized. Mr. Magnuson, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, based on all of the debate and the discussion, I move to continue the bill.
Mr. Magnuson moves to continue the bill. Mr. Gary Smith requests a roll call. The 9 members second. 9 members do. Ms. Hill, there already request a roll call. We got 9 members. Question is continuing the bill. If all members wishing to vote, voted. If all members wishing to vote voted. If all members wishing to vote voted. Time has expired. Clerk, close polls, tabulate. Vote of 4566. The motion to continue is rejected. Mr. Tedder is recognized to speak. Ms. Tedder, I'm required to ask, are you for or against the bill? Ms. Tedder to speak against the bill. Ms. Tedder is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not sure how to follow up Representative Garvin there with that strong ending, but I'm here to speak against this bill. There's a lot of unknowns. I don't think half the people in here really know what the Convention of States are. And the issue with this bill is that what I just stated, there are a lot of unknowns. There's no rules to determine what happens once this convention is convened. We're giving the ultimate power to people and trusting that they will go and speak to our best interests. So let's take it away from black and white, Republican, Democrat, just the amendments that there are now in the Constitution. So if our delegates decide to go to DC and the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, they said, well, you know what? We want to take that away. A lot of people would be livid in here because they're not representing your beliefs and what you stand for and what your constituents stand for. There is nothing at all that you can do to deter these delegates from taking away your Second Amendment right to bear arms. We spent this entire session fighting for to basically have more guns, and they can roll that back. Also, we took up the heartbeat bill. What if an amendment was added to the U.S. Constitution that says all women shall forever have the right to an abortion? Half of you would be livid again. This is what could possibly happen because we don't know when this convention will convene and you don't know what the power is going to look like at that point. As Representative Bamberg stated earlier, we don't know what states are going to be blue or red. So I just want to point out a few things. Here's the threat. With no rules, there's a threat of a runaway convention that none of us have control of. You have wealthy special interest groups that could set the convention's agenda and use their power and money to overtly influence the delegates at the convention. With no guidelines in the Constitution, read Article 5, no guidelines in there. It is unclear how or if Americans would be equally represented in a convention and how our voices, our constituent voices, will be heard. And I want to read a quote from a former governor of South Carolina and a former U.S. Senator. Ben Tillman, we have shot them, hanged them, and burned them until they almost know their proper place. Although the desire to vote, whether or not they know what they are voting for or against, frequently causes trouble. That means, for those who don't understand that context, he wasn't for people who look like me to have the right to vote. Believe it or not, there are still people today who share those sentiments. And again, by allowing this convention to take place, we open a can of worms. What if a Ben Tillman goes up there that we want to take away the right to vote? not just black people. Let's take away the right for women to vote. That doesn't only affect black women, that affects all women. So again, this is not really a black and white thing, Democrat or Republican. This is an American thing. This is a human thing. We don't know what's going to happen. And I'm all for rules, setting rules. We have rules in here. We just invoked the rule that limited our speech to 10 minutes per person. Why do we have those rules? It's for a reason. Yet we want to send people to a convention where we have no rules in place and let them run rampant with whatever ideas are there. So I just caution this body when voting on this, just think about the bad things that could happen. Think about what you're actually doing. As Representative King pointed out earlier, the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, I mean, those people died for those amendments. People died for these rights. And so we have to respect that and respect each other. And so again, all we were trying to do earlier with the amendments was to put in some protections, and it was voted down. So what does that say to us? Put yourself in the shoes of the people who this could ultimately affect. And I know a lot of you probably don't care because essentially, if half of these amendments roll back, you're still gonna be fine. But for a lot of us, that's not the case. And there's a reason that we are up here, because our constituents voted for us to be up here and for us to speak up against these types of bills that will take us back, as Representative Garvin said, the pushback agenda. We keep going backwards in time when we need to be going forward. And with that, I say, think deeply before you vote on this, and think about the lives that you could possibly affect. Think about your children and your grandchildren who have to deal with this when we're long gone. Think about it when there's a shift in the power.
Thank you, Mr. Tedder. Mr. Pendarvis is recognized. Mr. Pendarvis Sr. is recognized. Mr. Pendarvis, are you speaking for or against, sir? Against the bill. You have 8 minutes, 59 seconds, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it's a pleasure to be before you all this afternoon. When I came into the 2021 legislative session, some would say I had these dreams of grandeur. That's because in the middle of a pandemic, with all that was facing many citizens across the state of South Carolina, I felt like we had a real opportunity to do some good for our citizens. And so I went in rosy-eyed with this idea that we would be able to make substantive change. But week after week, month after month, culminating in this last week of session, we have spent time debating abortion, debating guns, debating the death penalty, and here we are today talking about the Convention of States. That's problematic in so many ways, Representative Moore, because we have a responsibility to the people that elected us to be good stewards, to make sure that we're pushing policies that are going to improve their lives from a fundamental level. But for some reason this year, we have been unable to have the kind of robust discussion that moves the needle for all South Carolinians, whether you live in a Republican district, well, a district represented by a Republican or a district represented by a Democrat. There are many issues that I feel like we have left on the table, and it's because we have spent so much time talking about things that ultimately are ones in some ways unconstitutional, i.e. the abortion bill, or some things that should not be up for the debate today. Now, as it relates to House Bill 3205, I've got a few remarks and then I'll have my seat. I just got done reading a book called In Darkest South Carolina by Brian Hicks, who's a reporter for the Post and Courier, and really, really good book. and really took me back to, it's about Judge Wady's Waring and his plight to really use his position as a federal district court judge in order to push policies and make sure that South Carolina was on the right side of history, ultimately leading to the passage of the Brown v. Board of Education decision in 1954. But one of the things that came out of my reading that book, I looked deeply into it, it reminded me that so much of what South Carolina today is a result of its resistance to what happened during Reconstruction. And the fact that this General Assembly was occupied by many people that looked like me, that so many state offices across the state were occupied by the very same people, as they called them, the radical Republicans at that time. And it's, as I dig deeper and deeper, and looking at what we need to do ultimately to fundamentally shift the direction and thinking of South Carolinians, it takes me back to some of the things that I really was able to extrapolate from that book, some of the ideas and some of the history that Brian Hicks so well articulated in that book. And so I say all that to say this, ladies and gentlemen. If in order for us to understand the direction that we're going as a state and as a country, we're going to have to know where we've been, Representative McGravy. And in order to do that, we have to recognize the impact that state constitutions have had on a people. We have to understand that it's going to be incumbent upon us to ensure that if we're going to undergo this kind of convention, if we're really going to explore this, as Representative Tedder pointed out, we have to understand the unintended consequences, and I would argue some of them may be intended consequences, depending on the motive of the people that are pushing this bill. But I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a bit disappointed. This is ending my 4th year here in the House of Representatives. It's been a privilege of a lifetime to be up here, but I expected us to do more. I expected us to be better than where we are. And I did not expect us to be having the kinds of conversations that have so often taken up the debate in this chamber. When it's time to discuss some meaningful legislation, you rarely often see the kind of robust discussion that I think is necessary. Now, oftentimes that's because many issues are decided before they get here, and I recognize that, right? As Representative Simmerl and I were joking earlier, I get political nuance and political gamesmanship. But what I do not get and what I do not understand is us not really taking heed to the responsibility that we're giving for the people of South Carolina and ensuring that we're giving them a better state for not only themselves and their families, but for the generations that will follow. And so I will leave you with this. When we look at what we have to do, and as we get ready to end this legislative session over the next 2 days, and we prepare ourselves for the several times we will come back over the summer, this fall, and ultimately in 2022, let's get back to doing the people's work. Let's get back to working on issues that matter. Let's get back to improving people's lives for the better, because ultimately that's what we are elected to do. That's the responsibility that's been bestowed upon us. And I take that responsibility serious. I'm not up here to waste time, and neither should you. And so, as always, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the privilege. And I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Robert Williams recognized. Mr. Williams, you have 2 minutes, sir. Mr. Williams, I'm assuming you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of this body, As we stand here today, we standing at the brink of a moment in life where important decisions must be made. I'm often reminded that the threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. When we do the same thing, we should expect the same results. When we do something different, we should expect a different result. Ladies and gentlemen, as we live here in South Carolina, and I just want to remind you that South Carolina is a beautiful state. We have the oceans off the coast. We have the mountains. We have the valleys. We have the different things in this state that make South Carolina great. But we also have great people that live here in this land. People who love South Carolina. People who want to see South Carolina grow. And people who want to see South Carolina to be what it ought to be. I stand in opposition of this bill for one particular reason. I just feel that when we start opening up the Constitution to anyone, not elected officials, but when we start opening up the Constitution of the United States to everyday people who have no guidance about the law, about what is good for others.
Mr. Williams, that's your time, sir.
That was short, Mr. Speaker.
And that is
Can I request my other 10 minutes?
No, sir. In this regard, you do not have that 1 hour has been used up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It was worth a try. You were testing me out. Question before us is adoption House Bill 3205 is amended. Roll call is required. Voted on the board's order. Mr. Garvin's recognized for a brief announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be very brief. Today, colleagues, I want to recognize somebody who is a wonderful doctor, a wonderful legislator, a local pastor, somebody who's humble, who's strategic, who's charming, who's just down to earth, who's celebrating his 43rd birthday. Join me in celebrating my neighboring colleague and House member, Mr. Ivory Tory Thigpen, who's celebrating his 43rd birthday today.
Hey, happy birthday, Mr. Thigpen. Mr. Lucas recognized. Mr. Lucas.
If I could have your attention just a moment. I wanted to make an adjourn in memory motion, and it involves my good friend and delegation member, my good friend for a long time now, Mr. Robert Williams. And Robert, we neglected to do this, and I felt badly about it, and I wanted to come up and do this today. Mr. Speaker, I request that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Ms. Robbie Taylor Williams, the loving mother of Representative Robert Williams, who departed this life for her heavenly home on March 10th, 2021. She will be profoundly missed by all who had the pleasure of knowing her. And I can tell members, if you did not know her, you missed an individual who was a godsend. Robert, we certainly want to recognize your mother. Mr. Speaker, if we could, I'd like to ask if we could just stand in a moment in memory of Ms. Robbie Williams, who was an outstanding woman and will be missed by all of us.
Mr. Miss Robbie Taylor Williams, the mother of our good friend, Mr. Robert Williams. It is so ordered. We now stand in a moment of silent prayer for her family and their comfort and for the life of Miss Robbie Taylor Williams. Amen. Time has expired. Clerk, close the polls and tabulate. Vote of 6642, House Bill 3205 has amended, received second reading. Mr. Garvin. Mr. Garvin did not want to let Mr. Thigpen's twin brother get out of here without us knowing that it's also Will Wheeler's birthday today. So happy birthday, Mr. Wheeler. All right, members, House will be in order. We've got a number of Senate bills that we bypassed this morning. We want to try to get back to. Tomorrow's going to be a very busy day with Senate amendments coming over, and we want to try to at least get the calendar in decent shape. Where I don't expect us to be here long, but we do need to get on to some of these. So that takes us to House Bill 3050. Mr. Wooten requests that we adjourn debate on that bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We've adjourned debate on House Bill 3050. Senate Bill 40, I believe we're going to try to take up tomorrow. Mr. Booth.
I also believe that some people have this pie in the sky notion. And right now, Democrats, you can, check your text messages, look at your emails. I'm going to talk to my side here for a minute. And that is, they have this idea that we can have term limits and we can dump Nancy Pelosi. Wow, that really sounds like a wonderful idea. And, it gives us a moment of real, real feel good, right here in the heart. What do you think is going to happen if Nancy Pelosi is kicked out of office? Do you think the next person coming out of San Francisco is going to be more reasonable than she is? Do you think that they are going to be less liberal? Is that person going to be easier to work with? And of course, you don't get the job. If she's kicked out as Speaker, the new person elected won't be Speaker. The new person will be somebody else that they select. Maybe it would be an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez that would become the Speaker if Nancy Pelosi was not in there. So, one of my colleagues talked about getting a lot of correspondence from his constituents in favor of this. And I have myself more in favor than against. And every once in a while, you have to ask yourself, why are constituents for something or why are they against it? Sometimes they're for something because they've just had it. They're exasperated with the situation, they're unhappy, and so any change is good change. But I think that's when we as legislators need to sometimes substitute our judgment and what we know about the situation and say, yeah, I understand that you're unhappy, but this is not going to fix things for you. This is not how we get there. Some people have asked me, how would you fix, if we don't do this, What are you suggesting? How do we? I told my seatmate here, said, I would start going back to the amendments to the Constitution that we put in and start getting rid of some of them. There are lots of bad ones. I would get rid of the 16th Amendment. The 16th Amendment allowed the federal government to start taxing the people, shift all the money to Washington, and having the states go back with their hand out and saying, please, federal government, give us some of that money back. Is that the way we want the government to work? Or would it be better if the federal government had to come to the state and say, geez, we need some money to operate on, and we need the state to give us some? That would change the whole dynamic of how our government runs. So I understand why people are for this and why they will vote for it. And I understand that your constituents will probably tell you that that's what you need to do. But this process is very scary to me. I have no idea what people are going to come up with when they go into a convention. And the track record in modern times of us coming up with good ideas in these situations is not very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, with that, we will go to the resolution's author and then to the vote. The gentleman from the 24th has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all those that have engaged on the discussion here today. When it comes to the U.S., we've actually had a lot of discussion today about the Constitution and touched on it, and the Star-Spangled Banner, and all those things patriotic. And when I came in to the State Assembly and raised my hand and took the oath of office to uphold the U.S. Constitution, the state Constitution, I took that very seriously and actually began more research in the Constitution, because there's no way I'm a constitutionalist scholar, that's for sure. And I came across Article 5 of the Constitution. And Article 5 was put in the Constitution for us, for states, to recognize those states. The states came together, they united to form the federal government. And those framers did realize that we need to keep the federal government in check. That is supposed to be a limited federal government or executive branch. And we're going to leave an option for the states to come forward, and if they have concerns, that they can propose amendments through a convention, an amendment convention. So here it is, and I'm amazed, really, that the states haven't done this to this point in time. When we look at some of the, we heard about some of the amendments that are there, and some good or bad. Suppose we could create a resolution to call a convention to rescind an amendment. So that option is available to us as state legislatures. But I look at one other amendment we did hear it referenced, the 19th, women's right to vote. Congress, there's two ways to amend the Constitution: through Congress, congressional action, still ratified by the states, or by the Convention of States. And then those are proposals at the convention. Anything that comes out has to be ratified by the states, by us. We're it. We're the deciding people. The 19th took over 20 years of women's suffrage trying to be recognized with the right to vote. And Congress dawdled. Didn't happen. Until finally, after I guess 20 years of pressure, they did act and brought that forward. That's 101 years ago. Wisconsin was the deciding, ratifying state to approve that amendment. And now we have that. But 20 years of effort on individuals, appealing to Congress, don't know what they did with their local representatives, but I think there was an opportunity there for states to come together and could have got that done and recognized women and have 15 states that have moved this resolution forward. It's really an application to Congress. When it reaches 34 states and Congress is compelled to call the convention, I would have a feeling that if we get towards the number, Congress might get really busy really fast, because they're going to see, well, the states are making noise, those pesky states, and they're interested in a balanced budget. Imagine that. Balanced budget, just like they got to do at home. Term limits, that's scary. They're telling us we've been hanging around too long and not getting it done. And term limits are enjoyed by a large segment of the population, Democrat and Republican. So maybe Congress will get really busy once the states speak up and get close to that number that is needed to call the convention. And that's fine. And in the meantime, we make our effort, as this is authority granted to us in the Constitution. It's just about time we exercise that authority that has been granted to us and make this effort in these three particular areas. I do want to address, it was brought up, I believe from the gentleman from the 43rd, that how do you pick the delegates or commissioners? Actually, here in the state of Wisconsin, we have it in law. And Mr. Speaker, if I could just touch on, read from Wisconsin.
Objection.
All right, Wisconsin Act 83, 2017. Who will pick the appointees? Speaker of the Assembly, President of the Senate, the Governor, the Minority Leader of the Senate. And it goes on, and it's clearly spelled out in law, on the books, who will pick those commissioners. It also gives us that those commissioners, once they go, are under strict rules to only address in this case, the three items that we are sending them to a convention for. And finally, there's also recall language here that if they're not acting according to their obligations, we recall them back and they can be replaced. Here in Wisconsin, we have that already in law. And then finally, that ratification process is just, we can't say enough about that, how important and how high of a bar that is. So if these proposed amendments come through a convention, they have to come back here. They have to come back to 50 states, 38 states, both houses have to approve and ratify. So turn that around. It only takes 13 states, one house in the 13 states can scuttle the whole process. So it comes back to us. We, the ones closest to the people, will make that decision. And we're the ones that are hearing from our constituents, as we've heard here today. They think this is a reasonable and a proper channel for states to be recognized when it comes to amending the U.S. Constitution. So I can't encourage you enough to come forward. I'll reference one other item. Our Democrat colleagues brought together in 2011, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 members in this body today that voted for a resolution to call a convention. So that time, a convention, I guess, wasn't feared by those people. We're going to have the opportunity here again today to call for a convention. So I ask that you join me in the vote is green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is, shall Assembly Joint Resolution 9 be adopted? A roll call has been requested. All in favor of adoption will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the roll. Have all members recorded their vote? Have all members recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will close the roll. There are 58 ayes, 36 noes. The resolution is adopted. Gentleman from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to suspend the rules and immediately message H.R. 9 to the Senate.
Gentleman from the 5th asks unanimous consent that the rules be suspended and Assembly Joint Resolution 9 be immediately messaged to the Senate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, it is in the Senate. Clerk will read the title of the next bill or resolution.
Assembly Joint Resolution 47. It's relating to declaring May
May 5th is National Skilled Trades Day in Wisconsin.
Question is, shall Assembly Joint Resolution 47 be adopted? All in favor of adoption will say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution adopted. Gentleman from the 5th.